Chapter 250. That's right, you've already been kicked out of Herb Peak, Lu Dong said with certainty. Ling Xiao fell silent after hearing this. Pang Jun and Zhu Honglin looked at each other, as if they didn't know if this news was true or false. I don't believe it, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He definitely didn't believe that his master, Nangong Changle, would kick him out of the sect. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Was he going to be kicked out of the sect just because he'd left the sect for half a year? That didn't make sense, right? Heh, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, it's the truth. When you return to the sect, I think the Peak Lord will announce this news. Lu Dong smiled sinisterly, then said, Ling Xiao, put down my bride's hand, or you're dead. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed, then really let go of Ji Beixin's hand. Ji Beixin's delicate body trembled. Just when she thought that Ling Xiao was really going to compromise, a large hand wrapped around her slender waist and tightly hugged her, making her feel unusually warm and safe. She's already my woman. Let go of old too, or else you'll know the consequences. Ling Xiao took a light breath and said faintly, regardless of whether or not he was really kicked out of the sect, right now he had to help Ji Beixin deal with Lu Dong. At the same time, he also had to help himself resolve the grudge between him and Lu Dong. Who the fuck do you think you are? Father, hurry up and kill him. Just now he made me vomit blood. You have to take revenge for me. Pang Yongxian looked at Ling Xiao with jealousy and roared. The woman who was supposed to be his was now in the arms of another man. He was extremely unhappy. Shut up. There's no place for you to speak here. Pang Jun coldly snorted at his son. Pang Yongxian knew that he was being too hasty, so he immediately responded and retreated. Lu Dong looked at Ling Xiao malevolently and said, Deacon Fu, I'll have to trouble you to help me cripple that claw of his. Lu Dong had always disliked Ling Xiao. He had talked back to him many times before, and now he was hugging his concubine's slender waist. How could he not be angry? Fu Xiangzhong stood up. He had the strength of an intermediate spirit master, and could also see that Ling Xiao's strength was on par with his. He was very confused. This kid is so young and already so strong. How could he be expelled from the sect? Did he make a big mistake? Although Fu Xiangzhong was thinking about it, he still had to listen to Lu Dong's words. After all, he also needed a third-grade medicinal pill. Just as Fu Xiangzhong was about to make his move, Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, What benefits did Lu Dong give you that you're willing to listen to him even though you're committing fratricide? Cut the crap. What he can give us, you can't. Fu Xiangzhong snorted coldly and reached for Ling Xiao's neck with his bare hands. Must you force me to kill? Ling Xiao frowned and said coldly. He raised a finger and pointed at Fu Xiangzhong. Xiao. A ray of fire spiritual energy shot out from his fingertip. Li family's Cyan class technique, Raging Flame Finger Technique. Fu Xiangzhong didn't expect Ling Xiao to know finger techniques. Furthermore, the two of them were too close. Ling Xiao's finger light was extremely fast, and there was no way to dodge it. Ah! Fu Xiangzhong screamed and took a few steps back. He clenched his hand and blood flowed out from between his fingers. Shockingly, Ling Xiao's finger had pierced through his palm. Fire Element Finger Technique. A few attendants exclaimed at the same time. I'll say it again. Release old too. Or else don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao pushed Ji Beixin back and said faintly, Good kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a bit of peace. Fu Xiangzhong swallowed a medicinal pill and shouted. His feet pushed off the ground, and he immediately jumped up like a goshawk. Raging flames and wild sand. Fu Xiangzhong roared and kicked out waves of yellow earth light from his feet. It was like a sudden sandstorm in the desert, terrifying and suffocating. Trying to play leg techniques with me, you're looking for death. Ling Xiao sneered. At the same time, he kicked out with one foot, and his whole body jumped into the air like a spring. His feet were like sharp blades as they swept towards Fu Xiangzhong. Wind God's Kick's third form, Torrential Storm. Bang bang. Countless shadows of legs intertwined with each other, producing a series of muffled sounds. The yellow earth light and the cold intent caused the surrounding houses to deform. Fu Xiangzhong really didn't expect that the leg technique he was famous for would be blocked by his opponent, and it even had the momentum to suppress him. Lu Dong and the others at the side also looked very serious. They also didn't expect Ling Xiao to not only know finger techniques, but also be so proficient in leg techniques. Lose. Ling Xiao once again increased the speed of his kicks. Ice spikes flew out from the tips of his feet. Fu Xiangzhong's moves were already used, and Ling Xiao's true power was just starting to show. Bang bang. Fu Xiangzhong was trampled by a wave of ice attribute footprints. His dark protection force couldn't withstand it and was shattered. His whole body finally couldn't take it anymore, and with a scream, he flew out like a cannonball, directly smashing into one of the houses and disappearing. Ling Xiao landed firmly on the ground, one foot on the ground, the other slightly bent. He looked very cold and grim. If there were more girls here, they would definitely be enchanted by his cool appearance. Let me experience your skills. Zhu Honglin, who had been silent all this time, made his move. He was an inner deacon of Medicine Peak, and at the same time was also a second-rank alchemist of Medicine Peak, famous for his palm techniques. Both of his palms sent out scorching hot palm shadows, densely packed as they flew towards Ling Xiao's chest. The speed of the palm shadows was peerless, and they attacked when the opponent was unprepared, making it impossible to defend. Bang bang. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be able to react before he was hit by several palm strikes. Good job, kill him for me. Lu Dong seemed to be injected with chicken blood as he roared. Pang Gushing, who was at the side, also shouted, "Kill this damned bastard." Smile. Ji Beixin exclaimed from afar. Just as she was about to run over, she suddenly stopped and looked in front of her in surprise. Ling Xiao was still standing in the same place, not even releasing his dark protection force. His body wasn't injured at all, as if the person Zhu Honglin had hit just now wasn't him. Zhu Honglin looked at Ling Xiao in shock and exclaimed, How can you not be injured? You're not even worthy of making me itch with that little strength of yours. Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he flicked his sleeves with his fingers. Lu Dong, who was at the side, panicked. It turned out that when Ling Xiao came to Medicine Peak, he was only a high-level mystic cultivator. How could he be so strong now? His strength was actually above Fu Xiangzhong and Zhu Honglin. Deacon Pang, you guys attack together and kill him. Lu Dong ordered. Come on, don't waste time. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and his body disappeared like a ghost. Old Zhu, watch out. Pang Jun shouted, then took out his pendant and shot towards Ling Xiao. Zhu Honglin was immediately alerted by Pang Jun's warning, and he threw a few palm strikes at the figure beside him. Unfortunately, all of his palm strikes missed, and all he hit were afterimages. His mind was shocked. So fast. Bang bang. Ling Xiao had already arrived at Zhu Honglin's other side, and a cloud-expelling palm struck Zhu Honglin's waist. At this time, Pang Jun had already rushed over. Ling Xiao was already prepared, and immediately dodged to the side. At the same time, a fiery sword appeared in his hand, and he turned around to fight with Pang Jun. Boom. A dazzling mystical technique blossomed with a gorgeous light in midair. Good kid. I didn't think that a middle spirit master would have this kind of strength, but unfortunately, you must die. Pang Jun really didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to fight evenly with him. He sighed lightly, and the long sword in his hand once again strengthened with spiritual power. Rays of dusky yellow light smashed towards Ling Xiao like a city wall. Ling Xiao flew backwards a few times, and Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong seized the opportunity to attack with their palms and feet. Watch out. G2 shouted from the side. If he wasn't bound by the 1,000-year ox vine, he would definitely run out to help. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be assassinated by the three, Ling Xiao was still able to wear a faint smile. The moment he was about to hit the ground, he actually pointed his sword at the ground, and using the force of the fall, the fiery sword was bent. Then with a flick, Ling Xiao bounced back into midair, and at the same time, a fierce sword light burst out. Sword Scar. This was originally an abnormally overbearing sword technique. Of course, Ling Xiao was only in the martial disciple realm, but he could rely on this to defeat Luo Qingxuang, who was in the profound practitioner realm. Now that he was already a middle spirit master, the power he could display was hundreds of times stronger than before. Pang Jun really didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to turn the situation around in such a strange way. Furthermore, he was able to use such a powerful sword technique, catching him off guard. Ding dang dang dang. Pang Jun used all his strength to block, and a series of crashing sounds rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Not good. Pang Jun used all his strength to block most of Ling Xiao's sword light, but there was still a portion that greeted his vitals, causing him to panic. Don't even think about succeeding. Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong once again sneak attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Ling Xiao had no choice but to withdraw his sword technique and turn around to defend. Ling Xiao forced Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong back with one move, and said coldly, "Don't force me anymore." Ling Xiao's voice was like a demon from the depths of hell, making them feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse, and their bodies were filled with discomfort. Indeed, Ling Xiao hadn't used his full strength, or else they would already be dead. Seeing that everyone had stopped, Ling Xiao walked towards G2 step by step, the flaming sword in his hand cutting off the 1,000-year ox vine that was binding G2's. "Don't just stand there. If they escape, everyone will be in trouble." Lu Dong was anxious and shouted at Pang Jun and the others who were still in a daze. Only then did the three come back to their senses, and once again attacked Ling Xiao and G2's. G2 was already heavily injured, so Ling Xiao naturally couldn't let him fight. He threw a pill to him, and once again faced the three. "You forced me to do this." Ling Xiao's entire body was completely cold. He decided that he had to kill the chicken to show the monkey the chicken to make them retreat. Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the innate wind evil qi and the blue demon flame, a voice called out, "Stop or I'll kill her." Ling Xiao paused and looked back, only to see a long sword on Ji Beixin's neck. "Bastard." Ling Xiao was furious. However, while Ling Xiao was distracted, Pang Jun and the other two had already arrived. "Ling Xiao, be careful," G2 warned loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 251. Pang Jun's powerful earth attribute sword light, Zhu Honglin's fiery palms, and Fu Xiangzhong's tricky footsteps all greeted Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Boom. This time, Ling Xiao was sent flying far away by the three of them. His body smashed through the wooden wall and landed in a house. "Haha, well done." Lu Dong laughed loudly when he saw that Ling Xiao had finally been killed. He was very happy and proud. Pang Jun, Zhu Honglin, and Fu Xiangzhong heaved a sigh of relief and quickly swallowed the pills. G2 dragged his heavy body as he stared at Pang Jin and said, "Let Xianer go." It turned out that Pang Jin had placed his sword on Ji Beixin's neck, causing Ling Xiao to be distracted and injured by Pang Jun and the others. "Hee, as long as you take one more step forward, I'll kill her." Pang Jin sneered at G2's Xianer, quickly put down the sword. "He won't be able to do anything." Pang Jun shouted. Pang Gushing unwillingly looked at Lu Dong and nodded his head. "Yes, father." Just as Pang Jin was about to put down Ji Beixin, his eyes suddenly went black and his entire body immediately withered. Looking at Pang Jin, who had suddenly fainted, everyone was dumbfounded. "Xing, what's wrong with you?" Pang Jun came back to his senses and shouted as he ran towards Pang Jin. Pang Jun called out a few times, but seeing that his son did not respond, he immediately reached out to his son's nostrils. Boom. Pang Jun's mind went blank. His son had actually stopped breathing. "Deacon Pang, what happened?" Lu Dong walked over and asked. "My son." Pang Jun roared towards the sky as two streams of tears flowed down his face. He then glared at Ji Beixin and shouted, "It's you. It must be you who killed my son. I will kill you to avenge my son." Pang Jun's killing intent was awe-inspiring, and his mind had already been drowned by hatred. He only had one son, and he had died in such a baffling manner. This was truly a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. How could he not be angry? He felt that Ji Beixin must have used some sort of trick to kill his son. He did not care that Ji Beixin had already been set by Lu Dong. He only knew how to take revenge for his daughter. Just as Pang Jun's attack landed in front of the pale-faced Ji Beixin, he was just like his son. His mind went black and he let out a blood-curdling scream. The long sword in his hand fell, and his entire body fell limply to the ground. Lu Dong and the others watched in horror. They really couldn't understand what was going on, so they could only look at Ji Beixin. As she readied Jiu's eyes, Ji Jin Ji Beixin. It Ji Jin, Ji to this. You're fine? Fu Xiangzhong looked at Ling Xiao in shock. He didn't want to kill them. After all, They were all from the same sect. However, Pang Jun dared to use Ji Beixin to threaten him. He was furious. If he didn't leave the mountain of killers, others would think that he was easy to bully. Ling Xiao believed that they had brought this upon themselves. They actually dared to touch his woman, so they deserved to die. Lu Dong, Fu Xiangzhong, and Zhu Honglin all knew that Pang Jun and his son had been killed by Ling Xiao. They did not know what method Ling Xiao had used to kill Pang Jun and his son, which was what made them afraid. Anyone would be afraid of the unknown. Fu Xiangzhong and Zhu Honglin timidly retreated. They had worked together with Pang Jun to not be able to kill Ling Xiao. Now that Pang Jun was dead, they knew that they could no longer pose any threat to Ling Xiao. So, the two of them did not hesitate and immediately escaped from the city lord's mansion. Their speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Lu Dong saw that his helpers were either dead or had fled. He did not dare to stay and immediately turned to leave. Lu Dong, you stay behind. Ling Xiao faintly said. Lu Dong stopped in his tracks and did not dare to move an inch. He did not want to die silently like Pang Jun and his son. Junior brother, if there's anything we can talk about it. Lu Dong looked at Ling Xiao in fear. He could not understand how Ling Xiao had become so strong after returning. This was bad. He could only pray in his heart that Ling Xiao would not kill him. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to Lu Dong for the time being. He gave Ji2 some pills, then comforted Ji Beixin, and asked her to go to the side to talk. Follow me. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Lu Dong, and then walked to one of the guest rooms. Lu Dong did not dare to disobey, and could only follow with his head lowered. He only had the strength of a low-level spirit master, and did not dare to play any tricks in front of Ling Xiao. Tell me, have I been expelled from the sect? Ling Xiao reprimanded with his hands behind his back. Yes, no. Lu Dong trembled as he answered. Do you have it or not? Ling Xiao asked impatiently. You have only been expelled from Herb Peak, not from the sect. Lu Dong calmed down and said. Then Lu Dong told him the whole story. Only then did Ling Xiao know that Lu Dong's master, Chang Jian, had suggested to the elders to expel him from the sect. In the end, the elders did not approve of this suggestion, and only expelled Ling Xiao from Herb Peak. Ling Xiao was still a disciple of Wooden Flag Peak. In other words, Nangong Chengal was no longer Ling Xiao's master, and Mu Huai was Ling Xiao's only master. Hearing Lu Dong's words, Ling Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. He had really thought that he had been expelled from the sect. It turned out that he had only left Herb Peak, and was still a disciple of Wooden Flag Peak. Actually, with Ling Xiao's ability, even if he didn't cultivate in the Purple Sky sect, he could still become a supreme expert. However, he wanted to chase after that beautiful figure. He wanted to surpass her and capture her heart. This had always been his goal, and he had never thought of giving up. Even though he had already acknowledged the priestess as his wife and had a few women he liked, in his heart, Yun Mingqi was still his dream. Junior brother, can I leave now? Lu Dong looked at the silent Ling Xiao and asked in a low voice. Leave? You want to leave so easily? Ling Xiao said as he looked at Lu Dong playfully. Lu Dong shivered and knelt heavily on the ground, begging Ling Xiao for mercy. Junior brother, please let me go. I swear that I will never disturb City Lord Ji and his granddaughter again. I don't think you have the guts. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and continued. Now I will settle my old debts with you. Old debts. Lu Dong's heart went cold. I just entered the sect not long ago, and you bribed Fan Qing to assassinate me. If it wasn't for my luck, I would have died long ago. How do you think this debt should be settled? Now, you have come to harass my woman. Either one of these two debts is enough for me to send you to the Western Paradise, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Lu Dong's entire body trembled as he begged for mercy. Junior brother, please let me go. It's all because I was muddle-headed. As long as you let me go, I will do anything for you. Facing the call of death, Lu Dong completely collapsed. Why would I want trash like you? Ling Xiao said with disdain. I am a third-rank alchemist. This is a pill that I refine myself. In the future, if junior brother has any use for senior brother will definitely die 10,000 times. Lu Dong thought for a moment, then quickly took out the 2 pills that he had given as a betrothal gift and presented them to Ling Xiao. After all, any third-rank alchemist was very useful, and Lu Dong hoped that Ling Xiao would let him go on account of his usefulness. Ling Xiao took the pills and opened them. All he saw were 2 crooked pills that didn't seem to form a regular pattern. For a moment he wanted to laugh. What kind of pill is this? Ling Xiao asked, trying hard not to laugh. This is a third-rank strengthening pill, Lu Dong replied. Strengthening pill, haha. So it's this kind of useless pill. I have to say, senior brother, you are very creative. Ling Xiao finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Strengthening pill was a 3rd-rank earth attribute pill. After taking this pill, a martial artist would have a strong defense for 2 hours. Martial artists below the king level would not be able to break through this defense. However, after taking this pill, the martial artist's attribute would temporarily change to the earth attribute for 2 hours. Moreover, it could only be used for defense and would not be able to make a strong attack. This kind of pill was a good pill for earth attribute martial artists, but for martial artists of other attributes, it was simply useless. After all, it could only be used for defense and not for offense. What use was it? After 2 hours, they would still be at the mercy of others. Ling Xiao wasn't laughing because of the effects of the strengthening pill. He was laughing because this senior brother of his had refined the lowest 3rd-rank pill, and he still had the nerve to loudly announce that he was already a 3rd-rank alchemist. Moreover, the strengthening pill that Lu Dong had refined was simply terrible in shape and quality. Originally, the strengthening pill had a defensive ability for 2 hours. However, if one used the 2 strengthening pills in Lu Dong's hands, it would be considered good if one could defend for an hour. These 2 pills were simply trash to the extreme. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh even if he didn't want to. Lu Dong's face turned into a pig's liver, but he didn't dare to get angry. Instead, he squeezed out a dead man's smile and said, "Junior brother is right. You are right." It wasn't easy for him to successfully refine the strengthening pill. Although it was the lowest level, it was still a 3rd-rank pill. His master had personally praised him, but he didn't expect to be laughed at by this insensible junior brother. His heart was incomparably uncomfortable. "I'll leave these 2 pills for you to use." Ling Xiao threw the strengthening pill back to Lu Dong and said, "When I return to the sect tomorrow, I hope senior brother can prepare 500 2nd-rank spirit herbs and 100 3rd-rank spirit herbs for me. Otherwise..." After saying this, Ling Xiao waved his hand lightly. Xiao. A wind blade flew towards Lu Dong's face. Lu Dong was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. A lock of hair fell down, and a shallow scar was left on his face. "Why aren't you scramming?" Ling Xiao said coldly. Yes. Thank you, junior brother, for not killing me. Thank you, junior brother, for not killing me." Lu Dong crawled up and thanked Ling Xiao. In reality, he already hated Ling Xiao to death. As long as he returned to the sect, he definitely wouldn't do as Ling Xiao asked. Was Ling Xiao really being soft-hearted and letting a tiger return to the mountain? Chapter 252. After Lu Dong left, Ling Xiao's face changed. He murmured in his heart, "Zhu Ruchang, don't think you'll have a good life if you kick me out of the medicine mountain. If you really think I'm an honest and kind man, I'll tell you that you won't have a good life if you offend an honest man." If Ling Xiao's words were heard by Lu Dong and the others, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. A kind and honest man? He's a devil who kills without spilling blood. He's so scary. Ling Xiao went out of the room and found Ji2 and Ji Beixin. Ji Beixin didn't care about her shyness. She threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and felt very comfortable. "Well, it's okay. The bad guys are gone. They won't dare to come again." Ling Xiao patted Ji Beixin's back and comforted her. "Xiao, I want to practice too. I can't let you worry about me anymore." Ji Beixin raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Ling Xiao firmly. Her heart was almost broken when she saw Ling Xiao was thrown into the room for her. Since her foot was cured, her grandpa always wanted Ji Beixin to practice. It was not only good for her body, but also for her to have the ability to protect herself. However, Ji Beixin wasn't interested in practicing, so she didn't pay attention to it. Now she finally made up her mind to practice hard, so that she could stay with Ling Xiao in the future and not be a burden to him. As long as you want, I can make you stronger. Ling Xiao said softly and then said, help Grandpa to have a rest. Jibahin nodded, then turned around and walked over to Ji Tuesday. Ji2 looked at Ling Xiao with a guilty face and said, Xiao, I'm sorry. With that, he allowed Ji Beixin to support his heavily injured body and walk away. At night, Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin snuggled together in the pavilion by the lotus pond and told each other how they missed each other for half a year. Xiao, you haven't come to see me for so long. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Ji Beixin held Ling Xiao's waist tightly and said emotionally. Ling Xiao lightly tapped her forehead and said, how could that be? How could I not want a woman as beautiful as a fairy like you? Wouldn't that be the same as having another man? When Ling Xiao said this, he couldn't help but think of the priestess of Zhai City. He had to find the Heaven Gu divine technique within 2 years. He absolutely couldn't let her die. Xiao, take me tonight. If something like this happens again, I'm afraid. Ji Beixin caressed Ling Xiao's chest. Before she could finish her words, Ling Xiao's mouth had already covered her jade lips, and he was enjoying her lilac fragrance. Ji Beixin's body trembled slightly. She hooked her arm around Ling Xiao's neck and responded passionately. The two looked at each other and kissed passionately. Ling Xiao's big hand slowly trembled on the Virgin Goddess's peak that was just the right size. Ji Beixin's delicate face flushed, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The sound was like an aphrodisiac spell. The blood in Ling Xiao's body was boiling, and the suction force was even stronger. His hands kept wandering around Ji Beixin's delicate body, and the thin gauze and satin separated them were all messed up. Xiao, carry me into the room, Ji Beixin said quickly. Looking at her beautiful face that was like dripping blood, it was simply too beautiful. Ling Xiao didn't think of himself as a gentleman. He already considered Ji Beixin as his woman. Since she was willing to follow him, there was no harm in eating her. Ling Xiao carried Ji Beixin as if she was weightless and ran towards her boudoir. Ji Beixin was nervous and excited. Although she was already prepared to be taken by Ling Xiao, she still felt extremely shy when she faced him. Although Ling Xiao was impatient, he knew that Ji Beixin was no different from an ordinary person. She, who didn't cultivate at all, couldn't possibly withstand his wild torture. Therefore, after entering the room, his movements became gentler. Xiao, you don't like it? Ji Beixin saw that Ling Xiao's movements weren't as intense as before, and couldn't help but panic. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Beixin pitifully and said, how could that be? I just want you to relax a little. You're too nervous. When Ling Xiao said this, Ji Beixin's delicate face became even redder. Come on, I can do it. Ji Beixin closed her beautiful eyes and slightly turned her pretty face away, not daring to look at Ling Xiao as she said in a low voice. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the shy Ji Beixin and her rising and falling breasts, he gently untied her clothes one by one, finally revealing the pure white, tender, and round skin inside. Ling Xiao looked at the white and tender neck, the towering holy maiden peaks, the smooth and jade-like abdomen, and the dark and mysterious garden area. All of this made Ling Xiao extremely infatuated. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, his body shook, and all the clothes on his body fell apart. He couldn't wait to bury his head between the two peaks and kiss that tender, jade-like skin to his heart's content. Ji Beixin's entire body was like an electric shock, her delicate body trembling nonstop. A strange feeling assaulted her entire body, and her lower body couldn't help but become moist. Smile. I want. Ji Beixin hugged Ling Xiao's head, letting Ling Xiao's face press tightly against her saintess's breasts. Her jade lips parted and softly moaned. Ling Xiao licked the 2 pearls of red on Saintess' peak. His hands supported her perky buttocks, and his body lightly pressed down. Ah. Ji Beixin only felt that her lower body was filled with something hard, and a certain part of her body was broken. That kind of tearing pain made her unable to help but let out a soft cry. Ling Xiao paused for a moment, then gently kissed Ji Beixin's cheek and said, Relax, it'll be fine in a while. After pausing for a moment, Ji Beixin said shyly, I can do it. Come on. Ling Xiao responded, and his body slowly began to move. Gradually, The room was filled with a light and passionate tone. Ji Beixin also gradually found the joy of fish from the original pain. That kind of feeling made her shy and infatuated, and her mouth kept emitting unbearable sounds. Smile, hurry up. Faster. Ji Beixin seemed to be enjoying some kind of elixir, causing her to be completely intoxicated. At the beginning, Ling Xiao was afraid that Ji Beixin wouldn't be able to take it, but who knew that she would be so fierce? He immediately no longer pitied her, and only wanted to ravage her, let her know how powerful he was, and make her obediently beg for mercy. Following a series of violent impacts, the two of them entered a state of forgetting themselves, leaving only a series of loud cries echoing in the room. Ling Xiao didn't know that the innate yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness was constantly circulating, and strands of innate yin wind qi passed through his dantian into Ji Beixin's body. And Ji Beixin was actually able to absorb the innate yin wind qi, and then return it to Ling Xiao's body. Gradually, the innate yin wind qi formed some kind of energy bridge in the two's body, and as they went back and forth, the innate yin wind qi actually increased significantly. The two of them had no idea what was going on, but they were still immersed in that wonderful feeling of ecstasy. The two of them actually fought for an entire night before fainting in the early morning. It wasn't until late in the morning that Ling Xiao opened his eyes. He really didn't think that he would sleep so soundly and deeply. When he looked at the beauties curled up in his arms, Ling Xiao smiled warmly, and thought to himself, "When can I sleep together with them?" However, after he sighed, his pupils shrank, and he hurriedly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again, and his eyes revealed a puzzled expression. How did my spiritual power increase so much? Ling Xiao really didn't expect that after a night of madness, the spiritual energy in his body would actually increase by a lot. He had already faintly reached the peak of the middle stage spirit master. This was really too inconceivable. Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his head to look at the beauty in his arms, and his eyes widened even more. How is this possible? Ji Beixin actually went from an ordinary person to a middle-stage profound practitioner in one night. This was simply inconceivable. Exiner, wake up. Ling Xiao lightly patted Ji Beixin's fragrant shoulder and called out. Ji Beixin still had her eyes closed, and said in a somewhat displeased manner, "Don't be noisy, I haven't slept yet." After saying that, she tightly hugged Ling Xiao's tiger waist, and rubbed her head against Ling Xiao's chest a few times before continuing to sleep. Could it be that doing that can also cultivate? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a certain cultivation method, and couldn't help but wonder. Ling Xiao thought hard for a long time, and really couldn't think of any other way to say it. He immediately turned over, and entered the moist area from behind. Following Ling Xiao's series of attacks, Ji Beixin once again enjoyed that wonderful feeling of wanting to die. At this time, Ling Xiao tried his best to maintain a clear mind. He had to understand what was going on. Sure enough, when the two of them reached a state of harmony, the innate yin wind pearl in his sea of consciousness once again released a grayish-black baleful aura. It passed through his dantian to Ji Beixin's body, and then returned to his body. This repeated endlessly, and the energy of the two of them increased. Does this count as the acacia art? Ling Xiao grabbed Ji Beixin's holy maiden peak, and while attacking with all his might, he thought in his mind. When the two of them reached the critical point, the speed at which the innate yin wind baleful qi circulated back and forth became even faster, and the condensed energy became even more vigorous. The two of them let out a muffled groan, and then stopped moving. Ling Xiao left Ji Beixin's body, and began to sit cross-legged to refine the newly increased spiritual energy. After a while, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and murmured, "Sure enough, it seems that there must be some kind of energy sealed in Xiner's body, and it must be related to the innate yin wind baleful qi. I must ask Elder Tu about this." Ling Xiao confirmed the cause of the matter, and took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring. After putting them on, he lightly kissed Ji Beixin's cheek and left the room. Ling Xiao found a servant to find Ji Tuesday. After a night of adjustment, Ji Tu's condition was much better, but his old face was still pale. Ling Xiao went straight to the point and asked, "Elder Tu, I want to know what attribute Xiner's parents cultivate." Jitu looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and asked, Xiao Xiao, why do you ask? Because I want to know what kind of energy is contained in Exioner's body, Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. Chapter 253. At first, Ling Xiao thought that what he and Ji Beixin did was the acacia technique, but the more he thought about it, the less likely it was. After all, the acacia technique required one to practice the chant, and he and Ji Beixin did it unintentionally. This seemed to be related to the innate yin wind bead. Ling Xiao felt that there must be an energy in Ji Beixin's body that didn't belong to her, but this energy had been unsealed. He needed to understand if this energy was harmful to her. When Ling Xiao absorbed the innate yin wind baleful qi from Ji Beixin's body, he felt that there was still something in her body. Now he was completely sure that what he hadn't discovered was the existence of another source of energy. It should be hidden in her dantian. Ji too was stunned for a moment by Ling Xiao's question, and his old eyes emitted sadness as he said, Exioner's father has the same wood attribute as me. As for Exioner's mother, I don't know. I haven't seen her use any profound skills, but I feel that it should be the wind attribute. Even Elder Tu isn't sure of Exioner's mother's attribute? Ling Xiao said with slight surprise. Elder Ji sighed heavily and said, To be honest, I've only seen Exioner's mother once. 18 years ago, Exioner's mother suddenly found me and told me that Exioner was my granddaughter. She told me to take good care of Exioner and left. At that time, I thought that woman was lying to me. Later, I secretly gave Exioner a blood test, and I was sure that Exioner was my son's daughter. As for that woman, she never returned, and I haven't seen my son for 18 years. I don't know if he's dead or alive. When Exioner asked me when I was young, I lied to her, saying that they went to a faraway place and would come back one day. But as the years passed, Exioner and I also accepted our fate. I think my son and daughter-in-law have already sighed. Ling Xiao listened to Elder Tu's story and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turned out that Exioner's life was so pitiful. It seemed that there was no way to find the source of the energy. At this time, Jitu walked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed to him. Xiao, I was confused yesterday. From now on, Exioner will rely on you to take care of her. I hope you won't wrong her. She is just a kind and pitiful child. Ling Xiao quickly supported Jitu and said, Elder Tu, don't be like this. Exioner is married and is my woman. I will take good care of her for the rest of her life. Don't worry. Last night he had already discussed the true meaning of life with Ji Beezer. How could he not take responsibility? What's more, he wouldn't allow his woman to lie in another man's bed in the future. Any man would be very selfish about this. Elder Tu Tian Xiao will Tian said. Yan Ji said, I will Elder. Elder Tian I Li. Xiao. Elder Tu, as long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it. Ling Xiao said with certainty. 20 years ago, my son was a true disciple under Wooden Flag Peak. His name was Ji Xiaoxin. At that time, he was not only 25, but he was already a high-level spirit master. His tenbin was also very high in the sect. Later on, he rashly entered the blood demon region to train. He swore that he wouldn't return to the sect until he reached the king level. Unfortunately, he never returned. Jitu's eyes were misty as he said, 2 years after my son entered the blood demon region, Exioner's mother handed Exioner to me and left. Although I don't know what happened to my son in the blood demon region, I have a feeling that my son won't die so easily. Ling Xiao hadn't expected that Ji Beixin's father, who was his cheap father-in-law, was not only from the same sect as him, but also from the same peak. This was something that Ling Xiao hadn't expected. Elder Tu, what do you mean? Ling Xiao didn't understand why Jitu was telling him these things. I'm thinking, if you enter the blood demon region one day, I hope you can help me find my son's whereabouts, Jitu said in a pleading tone. Elder Tu, I want to know what kind of place the blood demon region is. Why are you so sure that I'll definitely go in? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Jitu stared blankly at Ling Xiao, then sighed and said, You'll know when you return to the sect. You just have to promise this old man that if one day you enter the blood demon territory, you'll help me find my son. Ling Xiao nodded in confusion and didn't ask any more questions. When Ling Xiao returned to his room, Ji Beixin had already woken up. She wore a plain white veil, and her delicate face didn't have a single trace of makeup on. Her pure, rosy skin emitted a penetrating glow, making her beautiful beyond compare. Thinking about it, after being nourished by Ling Xiao twice last night and in the morning, she still became a mature young woman, causing people to have endless fantasies. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise softly, "Exiner, you're so beautiful." Ji Beixin glared at Ling Xiao and said coquettishly, "Wasn't I beautiful before?" "No, you've always been very beautiful, but you're even more beautiful now." Ling Xiao walked over to Ji Beixin, knelt down on one knee, held her hand and gently kissed it. Ji Beixin's heart was filled with honey, so sweet that she became even more beautiful. "Xian, or do you feel that something is wrong?" Ling Xiao asked softly. No, I think it's pretty good." Ji Beixin hesitated for a moment, then replied in a mosquito-like voice. She didn't know what she was thinking, but her face blushed all the way to her neck. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Xian, you're thinking too far. I mean, do you have any strange feelings in your body? For example, do you feel especially strong right now?" Ji Beixin patted Ling Xiao unwillingly and said, "You're the one who's thinking too far." Then she said, "Xiao, you're right. I did that thing with you. I feel like I'm very strong." "That's right. Xian, or didn't you say you wanted to cultivate yesterday? You're already a middle-level profound practitioner." Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. "What's a middle-level profound practitioner?" Ji Beixin asked in puzzlement. She had been crippled since she was young, and had always stayed in the mansion to learn the 4 arts, but she had never understood anything about cultivation. Thus, Ling Xiao spent a lot of time explaining to Ji Beixin the levels of martial artists, cultivation techniques, and profound arts. "Do you understand now? You've already laid a good foundation for cultivation," Ling Xiao said. Ji Beixin nodded, then shook her head and said, "Xiao, you said that every martial artist starts from an ordinary person to a martial disciple, and then to a profound practitioner. I've never cultivated before, so how did I suddenly advance to a middle-level profound practitioner?" "Hee, this can only mean that you're luckier than others," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Just tell me why." Ji Beixin unwillingly tugged at Ling Xiao's arm and begged. "You really want to say it? Really? Then listen carefully," Ling Xiao said, and then whispered a few words into Ji Beixin's ear. "Scoundrel." After Ji Beixin heard this, she rebuked and pushed Ling Xiao away. Her face became even more beautiful, as if blood would drip from a light touch. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said innocently, "If you don't believe me, then forget it." After a while, Ji Beixin asked again in a low voice, "Xiao, you said that doing that thing really can speed up cultivation?" "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Ling Xiao said seriously. "Then Ji Beixin said shyly with her head down. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ling Xiao had already thrown her onto the big bed. Ling Xiao stayed in the mansion for 2 days, and finally he was on his way back to the sect. In just 2 days, he had reached the peak of the middle-level spiritual master. He believed that in less than a month, it wouldn't be a problem for him to suddenly become a supreme spiritual master. This was the great harvest he gained from the 2 days of discussing life with Ji Beixin. If Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to return to the sect, he would probably be able to suddenly become a supreme spiritual master if he persisted for a few more days. Ji Beixin would definitely become a mystic knight, not a high-level Xian practitioner. If other people knew that Ling Xiao broke through to middle-stage spiritual master less than half a year ago and was about to break through again, they would probably all go crazy with jealousy. Other people worked hard for dozens of years and still couldn't reach the spiritual master level. Now this young man was advancing like a rocket. How could this not make people jealous and feel inferior? Should I go back to Herb Peak first or go straight to Wood Flag Peak? Ling Xiao thought hesitantly in front of the sect. The day before yesterday, he had beaten Lu Dong and knew that he was no longer a disciple of the medicine body. It didn't seem appropriate to return to Herb Peak, but he wasn't willing to leave just like that. He was a grand 4th-rank alchemist, a rare genius in Tenbin. How embarrassing it was to be kicked out of the mountain. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, and decided to regain his face first. Thus, he rushed towards Herb Peak with large strides. "Who are you?" Just as he stepped halfway into Herb Peak, two deacons blocked Ling Xiao's path. Ling Xiao had some impression of these two people. They were the gatekeepers of Herb Peak. Ling Xiao didn't reply. He directly took out the Herb Peak's medallion and showed it to them. However, he was puzzled in his heart. Could it be that the news of me being kicked out of Herb Peak has already spread? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment towards his master, Nangong Changle. When the two outer sect disciples saw Ling Xiao's medallion, they didn't give way. One of them said, "You are no longer a disciple of Herb Peak. Please leave Herb Peak immediately." Ling Xiao sneered. "Master Nangong hasn't taken back my medallion. I am still a disciple of Herb Peak. If you have nothing to do, scram." Ling Xiao was furious. He had only been away for a short period of time, but everyone was already running over to pee and shit on his head. If he didn't show his imposing manner, others would think that he was easy to bully. When the two heard Ling Xiao's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then one of them said, "Hand over the medallion. We'll bring it back to the Peak Lord." Ling Xiao frowned and didn't say anything else. His body flashed. Bang bang. The two of them didn't know what was going on, but they were both kicked to the side. Even if I'm not a disciple of Herb Peak, I'm still a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. If you dare be rude again, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao immediately floated up the mountain after he finished speaking. Not long after, Ling Xiao once again ascended the Medicine Peak that he hadn't seen for a long time. He didn't feel any nostalgia, only a strong desire for revenge. He definitely wanted to make Chang and his disciple regret offending him, as well as Nangong Changle, who didn't insist on standing on his side. "You guys forced me to do this." Ling Xiao tightly clenched his fists and made a decision in his heart. Chapter 254. On Herb Peak, gusts of cold wind blew, bringing with it a hint of desolation. Ling Xiao stood alone at the top of the mountain, looking down at the grass and the trees. Even though he didn't stay at Herb Peak for a long time, he still had some feelings for it. A figure rushed over from not far away, and kept calling out, "Boss! Boss, you're finally back!" Ling Xiao looked at that person, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Wasn't the one who ran over his only brother in the sect, Hua Xiaogui? Hua Xiaogui came in front of Ling Xiao, and heavily punched Ling Xiao's chest, and said loudly, "Boss, I knew you didn't die, you'll definitely come back." F***CK, you're cursing boss to die. Ling Xiao kicked Hua Xiaogui and scolded with a smile. He misunderstood. I know that boss is omnipotent, with one hand covering the sky. There's basically nothing that can stump you. How could you die? Hua Xiaogui unceasingly flattered. F***CK off, you bastard. Ling Xiao scolded, and then said, "Not bad. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for half a year, you've actually broken through to the middle stage of Mystic Realm. Not bad, not bad. Isn't this all because of boss's teachings?" Hua Xiaogui scratched his head and smiled proudly. Previously, when Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui had just entered the sect, Ling Xiao had passed on the cultivation method of cloud expelling force to Hua Xiaogui. In this more than a year, Hua Xiaogui had cultivated non-stop every day, which allowed him to break through from the middle stage to the middle stage of Mystic Realm. Although he suddenly took a medicinal pill when he became a Mystic Realm, but Hua Xiaogui still knew that this was completely inseparable from the cultivation method that Ling Xiao had passed on to him. Otherwise he wouldn't have broken through to the middle stage of Mystic Realm in a short period of a year. This is the result of your own hard work. Oh right, there's still a little more than a year before the 3-year deadline. It's not easy to become a third-grade alchemist. Ling Xiao reminded. I also know this. Master once said that before I break through to Spirit Master, it's impossible for me to become a third-rank alchemist. That's why I've spent most of my time cultivating. However, to suddenly break through to Spirit Master within a year, that's practically impossible. Hua Xiaogui said with a downcast face. Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue had a 3-year agreement. If Hua Xiaogui could become a third-grade alchemist within 3 years, then Wu Xixue would agree to give Hua Xiaogui a chance to date her. At that time, Hua Xiaogui thought that she was outstanding in Tenbin, so she confidently agreed. However, when he truly became an alchemist, he realized that alchemy didn't only rely on tenbin, but also the alchemist's own ability. Without the support of tyrannical strength, it was impossible to refine a higher-grade pill. Normally, in order to become a third-grade alchemist, the alchemist must at least have the strength of a spirit master. As for why Ling Xiao could refine third-grade pills at the mystic disciple level, it was because of his own tenbin and the convenience that mental strength brought to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a third-grade alchemist so quickly. Nothing is absolute. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can definitely do it. Ling Xiao comforted her. To be honest, he also didn't want Hua Xiaogui to grow too quickly. After all, it wouldn't have any benefits for her. Continuously using pills to advance wasn't good for a martial artist's body. It was even more limited for her future achievements. Alright, boss, there's something I need to tell you. Hua Xiaogui revealed a troubled expression. There's no need to say it, I already know. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said indifferently, Boss, this is all Martial Uncle Zhu's doing. Master was also forced to do it. Don't blame him. Hua Xiaogui said. No matter what, Nangong Chengal was his god-grandfather. He really didn't want there to be any conflict between Ling Xiao and Nangong Chengal. It's fine. Actually, it doesn't matter if I stay at Medicine Peak or not. It's just that I can't take this lying down. I need to get back my dignity. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boss then what are you going to do in the future? This was the first time Hua Xiaogui had seen Ling Xiao like this. He didn't know why he felt flustered. He had always treated Ling Xiao as a good brother, a good big brother. He really didn't want to see Ling Xiao like this. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. Now accompany me to see Master Nangong. He shouted in his heart. This is the last time I'll call him that. Hua Xiaogui nodded, and went with Ling Xiao to Medicine Peak's main hall. When Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui arrived at the main hall, all the important figures of Medicine Peak were sitting there. Nangong Chengal sat at the head of the table, while Yang'an and Zhu Ruchang sat on either side. Next to them were Chao Nanxian and Lu Dong. After Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui entered the hall, the two bowed to Nangong Chengal and said, Greetings, Master. Good Ling Xiao, you're back. Nangong Chengal nodded unnaturally. Yes, disciple has returned. I've caused Master to worry, Ling Xiao replied. Nangong Chengal's expression became somewhat complicated. Just as he was about to speak, Ruchang said, Ling Xiao, you're no longer a disciple of Medicine Peak. My senior has already expelled you, so you don't need to call him Master anymore. Nangong Chengal unhappily glared at Ruchang and said, Junior, let's talk this out. Ling Xiao glanced at Ruchang, then looked at Nangong Chengal seriously and said, Master, do you really want to expel me? Nangong Chengal's expression slightly stiffened. Then he lightly sighed and said, The elders have unanimously agreed that it's better for you to stay in Wooden Flag Peak. Yes, I understand, Ling Xiao lightly said, then took out the Medicine Peak's token and placed it on the ground. He then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Nangong Chengal. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Nangong Chengal asked in confusion. These 3 kowtows are Ling Xiao's thanks for Elder Nangong's teachings. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a resolute look. That's good. Even though you're no longer in Medicine Peak, I believe that you'll still be outstanding no matter where you go. Nangong Chengal encouraged him. At this moment, his heart was already filled with regret. This was because he could see that Ling Xiao's strength had actually reached the middle stage spirit master level. If he were to teach Ling Xiao for another month, he would definitely be able to become a third-tier alchemist. He felt that it was a pity to lose such a disciple. However, that regret only lasted for a moment. After all, Hua Xiaogui's tenbin was not any weaker than Ling Xiao's. As long as Hua Xiaogui broke through to the spirit master level, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a third-tier alchemist. Moreover, in his heart, Hua Xiaogui's position was much more important than Ling Xiao's. Alright, from now on, I will respectfully address you as Elder Nangong. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Lu Dong. Lu Dong was unexpectedly not afraid of him. Instead, he looked at him with a smile that rejoiced in his misfortune. Lu Dong, Have you prepared the spirit grass that I wanted the day before yesterday? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Dong playfully and asked. Lu Dong's eyes flashed with viciousness. Ling Xiao, you actually have the face to ask me? You killed Deacon Pang and his son, and now you want to threaten me. Now, in front of my master and the Peak Lord. You should confess to your crimes so that we don't have to waste our time. Ling Xiao didn't think that Lu Dong wouldn't be afraid of him, and would even make things clear. It seemed that Lu Dong still hadn't given up. At this moment, Ru Chang coldly shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you are no longer a disciple of our medicine peak, but you killed our deacon. You deserve to die. If you kill yourself, I will leave your corpse intact. That's impossible. Boss just came back, how could he kill a medicine peak deacon? Hua Xiaogui spoke for Ling Xiao. What do you know? Scram. Ru Chang glared at Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui was still unafraid. I believe in boss. Whoever wants to kill him will have to step over my corpse first. Good, very good. Ru Chang coldly said as he stared at Hua Xiaogui. At the same time, he released a wave of pressure towards Hua Xiaogui. Impudent. Nangong Changle, who was sitting at the head of the table, coldly shouted. Ru Chang's body trembled, and his aura completely dissipated. With an ugly expression, he asked Nangong Changle, Senior, are you really so protective of your disciple? Nangong Changle unhappily said, Xiaogui is still young. Junior, do you want me to have no one to pass on my legacy to? Nangong Changle had long been unhappy with this junior of his. Back then, he had snatched Chao Nanxian as his disciple because he didn't want his junior to ruin Chao Nanxian's future. At the same time, he also believed that Chao Nanxian could pass on his legacy. Because of this, his junior, Ru Chang, harbored hatred in his heart and went against him. Nangong Changle felt guilty towards him, so he often tolerated him. Take Ling Xiao's matter as an example. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't do anything wrong. At most, he had talked back to his junior a few times, and his junior wanted to chase him out of Herb Peak. Otherwise, his junior would be expelled from Herb Peak along with all the other disciples. Helpless, Nangong Changle once again indulged Ru Chang's actions. However, this time, Ru Chang actually wanted to make a move against his own godson. Nangong Changle couldn't bear it anymore. If he didn't show some of the dignity of the Peak Lord, he would treat him as if he didn't exist. When Ru Chang saw that Nangong Changle was really angry, he didn't dare to add oil to the fire. He immediately vented his anger on Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, do you not admit that you killed Peng Jun and his son? Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Ru Chang and his disciple. He calmly replied, That's right, I killed Peng Jun and his son. All right, since you admit it, then you can commit suicide. Otherwise, when the sect executes you, your reputation will be ruined. I don't want our Herb Peak to be shamed along with you. Ru Chang didn't expect Ling Xiao to directly admit to it. This saved him a lot of trouble. Lu Dong was even happier now. He thought to himself, Damned bastard, let's see how you die this time. Elder Zhu, are you an idiot? Ling Xiao asked with an extremely disdainful gaze as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. You bastard! Ru Chang roared and smashed the tea table beside him into smithereens. He directly sent a palm towards Ling Xiao. He was a dignified elder of the Purple Sky sect, but he was actually called an idiot by a junior. How could he not be angry? How many years had it been since he had been humiliated like this? Boss. Hua Xiaogui didn't know Ling Xiao's true strength and thought that Ling Xiao was only a high-level mystic cultivator. He couldn't help but worry for Ling Xiao. He was afraid that if Ru Chang's palm landed, his boss would really die. However, in the next moment he was stunned. Chapter 255. For example, Chang Nai was a high-ranked spirit master, and his strength should be higher than Ling Xiao's. Even if his palm didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao, it should be able to send him flying. Ru Chang was thinking the same thing. He wanted to execute this brat on the spot to vent the hatred in his heart. Unfortunately, he underestimated Ling Xiao's strength and overestimated his own. Ling Xiao stood in place and met Zhu Ru Chang's palm head-on. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would vomit blood and die from the impact. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Someone vomited blood, but it wasn't Ling Xiao, it was Zhu Ru Chang. Not only did Zhu Ruchang vomit blood, he was also sent flying and crashed into many things. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He then turned to Hua Xiaogui and said, "Little turtle, try not to use pills to break through in the future if you don't have anything else to do." Ling Xiao wasn't wrong. For example, Chang Nai had relied on pills to become a high-ranked spirit master. Otherwise, with his Tenbin cultivation, it would be good if he could break through to become a spirit master. Hua Xiaogui hurriedly nodded and thought to herself, as expected of the boss, he's so strong. Ling Xiao said and looked at Lu Dong. Lu Dong's body trembled as he hurriedly ran in front of Nangong Changle. He knelt down and said, "Peak. Peak master, quickly restrain him." "Ling Xiao, did you really kill Peng Jun and his son?" Nangong Changle asked with a frown. It was strictly forbidden to kill each other in the sect. If it was light, they would be punished, and if it was heavy, they would be sentenced to death. If Peng Jun had really been killed by Ling Xiao, then Nangong Changle wouldn't protect Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had just been expelled from Medicine Peak, and was no longer a disciple. "That's right, I did kill them." Ling Xiao didn't deny it. Just as he was about to explain further, Ru Chang'e attacked again. "I will kill you, you bastard." Zhu Ruchang's mind was already destroyed by his anger. He used all the spiritual power in his body and swore to kill Ling Xiao. Bang! Zhu Ruchang also failed to hurt Ling Xiao and was blown away by Ling Xiao again. "Stop." Nangong Changle finally made his move. A powerful spiritual force shackled Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't resist and just stood there coldly. He swallowed a few pills and glared at Ling Xiao with a sinister expression, saying hoarsely, "I'll kill you, you damned bastard." "That's enough. If you continue arguing, then get lost." Nangong Changle coldly snorted at Ruchang. "Senior apprentice brother, I'll definitely kill him." Ruchang shouted without any sense of reason. He had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Bang! Before Zhu Ruchang could even touch Ling Xiao, he was once again blown away. "Senior apprentice brother, you?" Ruchang struggled to get up and looked at his senior apprentice brother in disbelief. His senior apprentice brother had actually attacked him. This seemed to be the first time. "Junior apprentice brother Zhu, do you want to be the Peak Lord?" Nangong Changle asked coldly. At this moment, Nangong Changle was furious. Ruchang had repeatedly challenged his patience. If he didn't bring out his authority as the Peak Lord, then Medicine Peak would probably think that Ruchang was in charge. Ruchang shivered from Nangong Changle's aura, but he seemed to have regained his sobriety. Senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice brother was just angry. Young and hurriedly tried to calm him down. Senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice brother was careless. Ruchang didn't dare to be impudent and quickly lowered his stance. Although his senior apprentice brother had always tolerated him, he knew that if his senior apprentice brother was angry, then he could only suffer. Not to mention the fact that his senior apprentice brother was the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak. Just the fact that his senior apprentice brother was a low-level king was enough to make him feel inferior. If there's a next time, then get the hell out of Medicine Peak." Nangong Changle waved his hand and snorted. Ruchang didn't dare to be angry anymore. He took a pill and viciously stared at Ling Xiao. It was as if his gaze could kill, and he hoped that Ling Xiao would be put to death by 1,000 cuts. "Ling Xiao, do you know that harming a fellow disciple is a capital offense?" Nangong Changle looked at Ling Xiao. "I know, but I have to kill him." Ling Xiao looked at Nangong Changle. "Do you have a deep grudge against Peng Jun and his son?" Nangong Changle frowned. "Elder Nangong, I think you should ask Lu Dong about this. He knows better than me." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain. "Lu Dong, why don't you tell me what happened?" Nangong Changle sat down and glanced at Lu Dong. It's the Peak Lord." Lu Dong nodded repeatedly, and then began to make up a story. Lu Dong naturally wouldn't say that he had gone to kidnap Ji Beixin. Instead, he would say that he had personally brought Peng Jun and the other attendants to send the betrothal gifts to Ji Beixin. However, Ling Xiao had been unreasonable. He had kidnapped Ji Beixin, killed Peng Jun and his son, and even threatened him to prepare a batch of spirit herbs for him. Lu Dong wiped away his tears of sadness as he spoke. His concubine had been kidnapped, and now he was being blackmailed. How wronged! As Lu Dong spoke, Ling Zhao's face was calm and expressionless, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Nangong Chengal also noticed Ling Zhao's expression and thought to himself, could it be that this brat's strength has increased so much that he started to disrespect his elders? After Lu Dong finished speaking, Nangong Chengal asked, Ling Xiao, are Lu Dong's words true? Would you believe me if I said it wasn't true? Ling Xiao replied with a question of his own. Are you not going to explain yourself? Nangong Chengal said angrily. All right, I'll explain. Ling Xiao nodded and continued. Lu Dong's words are all bullsh*. You bastard, I beg the Peak Lord to uphold justice for me. Lu Dong cursed at Ling Xiao before kneeling and begging Nangong Chengal. Ling Xiao was extremely disdainful as he thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen such a pretentious person. Ling Xiao, you're too presumptuous. If you don't explain yourself, I'll take it as a tacit agreement. You're no longer a disciple of my medicine peak, but you killed someone from my medicine peak. I'll hand you over to the Elder Council and let them decide, Nangong Chengal said unhappily. He originally wanted to give Ling Xiao a chance to explain himself, but this brat's mouth was full of filthy words, and he really didn't want to listen to it anymore. It would be better to hand this matter over to the Elder Council and let Mu Huai deal with it. Ling Xiao, speak clearly or else. Chao Nan, who had been silent all this time, spoke up first. Ling Xiao disapprovingly said, I killed them, but they all deserve to die. Lu Dong, you're not even embarrassed to say that you're lying. I really regret not killing you the day before yesterday, but it's the same if you die now. After saying that, Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and his mental force swept towards Lu Dong. Lu Dong had been hiding near Nangong Chengal all this time. He thought that with Nangong Chengal protecting him, no one would be able to kill him. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't be able to kill him in front of Nangong Chengal. Unfortunately, he was wrong, extremely wrong. Ling Xiao was originally a person who feared nothing. He originally wanted to let Lu Dong go, but now Lu Dong was biting him in the back. If he didn't kill him, wouldn't that be the same as treating him fairly? Lu Dong had mysteriously died in the main hall, and everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that Ling Xiao would actually kill Lu Dong in front of Nangong Chengal. As Lu Dong's master, Ru Chang once again lost his rationality and roared, You heavenly bastard, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. Ru Chang's palms shot out dozens of scorching rays of light, and the dense fiery rays almost filled the entire main hall. Mother***, come at me. You too, master and disciple, have never wanted me to have an easy time. Today let's settle this. The anger that Ling Xiao had been suppressing in his heart also erupted. He roared loudly and his entire body drilled into Ru Chang's fiery rays. Bang bang. The two of them unleashed their powerful spiritual energy and began to clash. How could Ru Chang be a match for Ling Xiao? He had only exchanged 2 blows before he was sent flying. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack again, a powerful spiritual energy pressed down on him. Nangong Chengal unleashed his anger, and Ling Xiao was ruthlessly slapped by a palm. His entire body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh flowers. Boss! Hua Xiaogui cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran over to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao clutched his chest and stood up. He calmly looked at Nangong Chengal, but in his heart, he was already thoroughly disappointed in his master. Ling Xiao, you're truly audacious. You actually dared to kill Lu Dong and injure your martial uncle. Do you want to be expelled from the sect? Nangong Chengal shouted. Senior brother, Ling Xiao is too impudent. I think we should directly execute him. Yang was also greatly disgusted by Ling Xiao's current actions, and immediately spoke up. Regardless of whether Lu Dong's words were true or false, Ling Xiao shouldn't have killed Lu Dong in front of them. He had no respect for his elders, and this was an undisguised provocation to them. Haha. Ling Xiao shook off Hua Xiaogui's hand, and began to laugh heartily. His expression was filled with resolute sorrow. He thought about how many attendants and disciples he had saved in Blaze Valley. Not only had he not received any rewards, but he had also been targeted by Ru Chang's master and disciple. Later on, when the moon-worshipping sect had invaded, he had killed Wu Wei and saved a portion of the attendants and disciples. Now that he had returned to Medicine Peak, He had actually been expelled from the sect, and even slandered by Lu Dong. Even if he was very open-minded and disdainful of Zhu Ruchang and Lu Dong, he couldn't help but be thoroughly disappointed by Nangong Chenggel's actions. After all, he had once been his disciple. Bastard! What are you laughing at? Could it be that you still won't admit your guilt even when death is at hand? Nangong Chenggel loudly cursed. At this moment he was also thoroughly disappointed in Ling Xiao. He had actually dared to kill Lu Dong in front of him. The little bit of guilt he had towards Ling Xiao had completely disappeared. I admit my guilt? What crime have I committed? Did you even understand the whole story? Could it be that after being expelled from Medicine Peak, I will still be bullied and humiliated by you? Ling Xiao shouted at Nangong Chenggel. Although Ling Xiao had always thought that he was very kind and honest, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to bully him. Humph, you still dare to quibble? You actually killed Lu Dong in front of me. Do you still have me, your master, elder, in your eyes? Nangong Chenggel coldly snorted. Elder Nangong, please clearly see which hand I used to kill him. I was imprisoned by you the entire time. Could it be that I could have used a clone to kill someone? Ling Xiao denied. When Ling Xiao's words came out, everyone was stunned. Indeed, Ling Xiao had just threatened Lu Dong and he had died. However, no one had seen Ling Xiao make a move. He was still obediently standing at his original position. This time, everyone was confused. Chapter 256. Nangong Chenggel was a king-level expert, while Yang and Ruchang and Chao Nanxian were all quite strong. They had indeed heard Ling Xiao want Lu Dong dead. And then Lu Dong let out a strange cry before dying in front of Nangong Chenggel. However, they had also clearly seen that Ling Xiao was still a few meters away from Lu Dong, and that Ling Xiao was still restrained by Nangong Chenggel's aura. At that time, they had all been extremely angry and felt that Ling Xiao had killed Lu Dong. They had also believed that Ling Xiao had killed Lu Dong. However, they had neglected the fact that how could Ling Xiao kill Lu Dong in front of their eyes without anyone noticing? Nothing to say? If not, I will return to Wooden Flag Peak. As for the matter of Pang Jun and his son, I will give Elder Nangong an explanation. Ling Xiao sneered. No, you can't leave. Lu Dong was definitely killed by you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. Ruchang roared at Ling Xiao. This time, he wasn't willing to directly attack Ling Xiao. He knew that he wasn't Ling Xiao's match, and at the same time, he was afraid of dying mysteriously like Lu Dong. Lu Dong was his eldest disciple, and he had high hopes for him ever since he entered the sect. Unfortunately, he hadn't made any progress, and this made him extremely disappointed. However, not long ago, Lu Dong had actually been able to refine a third-rank medicinal pill. Although it was the lowest third-rank medicinal pill, it had still allowed him to advance by a rank. This time, Ruchang was rather happy. He finally had a third-rank disciple under his wing, and he had finally found a sense of balance in his heart. Unfortunately, his disciple had died in front of him. How could he not be angry? However, he had no other choice, and his heart was filled with hatred for Ling Xiao. Elder Zhu, you've been targeting me since Blaze Valley. Now that I've been expelled from Medicine Peak, you still won't let me go? But don't worry, I will remember everything you've done to me. Ling Xiao walked to Zhu Ruchang's side and spoke very disdainfully. You scoundrel! Senior brother, quickly capture him. Ruchang retreated a few steps and shouted at Nangong Chenggel. Nangong Chenggel was currently investigating the cause of Lu Dong's death. Unfortunately, he did not find any injuries. Hence, he could no longer determine if it was Ling Xiao's doing. However, he knew that Lu Dong's death was definitely related to Ling Xiao. Let him go. I believe that Mu Huai will give me an explanation. Nangong Chenggel sighed and waved his hand. Senior martial brother. Ruchang called out again. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had already strode out the door, thinking to himself, you will pay for this. Ling Xiao hadn't gone far when Hua Xiaogui came out from behind and called out. Boss, are you alright? Just now Ling Xiao had been struck by Nangong Chenggel's palm strike. If it had been an ordinary person in his place, he or she would have been seriously injured, if not killed. However, Ling Xiao had only suffered a minor injury. He could recover after circulating the Vajra 5 transformation technique for a few days. I'm fine. Xiao Gui, when boss is not by your side in the future, you have to work harder. You must not let Xiao Shui fall into the arms of another man. Otherwise, boss will not mind snatching her away to be your maid. Ling Xiao restrained his anger and smiled at Hua Xiaogui. I understand, boss. I will definitely not let Xiao Shui be with another man, Hua Xiaohua said seriously. She was very reluctant to let Ling Xiao leave Medicine Peak. If that happened, he would not have any friends in Medicine Peak in the future. That's more like a man. Oh right, let Yu Lang follow him from now on. He is a good servant, Ling Xiao said as he patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder. Yu Lang was previously chosen by Ling Xiao to be his medicine servant. Now that he was no longer staying at Medicine Peak, he did not want Yu Lang to go back and look after the medicine fields. Then he turned around and strode down Medicine Peak. Boss, no matter where you go, you will always be my boss, Hua Xiaogui said firmly in her heart. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to the foot of Wood Flag Peak, an old and vigorous figure swept down from the sky. Haha, brat, you are finally willing to come back. The figure arrived in front of Ling Xiao and heavily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder as he laughed. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt warmth in his heart. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said, Master, your disciple is back. It was only at this moment that he realized that the old man Mu Huai was the one who truly treated his disciple with sincerity after being treated coldly and wronged in Medicine Peak. Ling Xiao decided that he must help this adorable old man to spread the Wood Flag Peak. Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao and said in shock, Good boy, you have advanced to the middle stage spirit master? I was lucky to break through, Ling Xiao replied. He then said, Master, let's go back to the peak and talk. Good. Good breakthrough. You are worthy of being my good disciple. This time, I want to see who dares to stop you from becoming our Wood Flag Peak's true disciple. Mu Huai replied happily. The two of them returned to Wood Flag Peak together. On the way, the outer sect disciples of Wood Flag Peak all saw Ling Xiao chatting happily with their Peak Lord. They all knew that this kid was the Peak Lord's favorite disciple, Ling Xiao. Everyone respectfully called out, Senior Ling Xiao. Returning to the peak, Mu Huai said to Ling Xiao, from now on you can stay at our Wood Flag Peak. You won't be going back to Medicine Peak. Mu Huai's words were vague because he didn't want Ling Xiao to feel sad. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already made a trip back to Medicine Peak. Ling Xiao said, Master, don't worry. In the future, you will be Xiao's only master. Even if Medicine Peak asks me to go back, I won't go back. Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, You just went back to Medicine Peak. Ling Xiao directly told Mu Huai everything that happened in Medicine Peak just now without concealing anything. Pow! When Mu Huai heard that Ling Xiao had been hit by Nangong Changle, he immediately angrily slapped the table and chair beside him and shouted, Bastard! That Nangong bastard actually dared to injure you. I'll go and settle the score with him right now. After saying that, Mu Huai actually wanted to fly out of the house. Fortunately, Ling Xiao called out quickly, Master, come back and listen to me first. Mu Huai returned angrily and listened to Ling Xiao's explanation again. After listening, Mu Huai's expression darkened and he asked, Xiao, tell me honestly, did you kill Peng Jun, his father, and Lu Dong? Ling Xiao did not deny it this time. He nodded and replied, I killed them. You. Sigh, don't you know that harming a fellow disciple is a capital crime? Mu Huai said with a heavy sigh. His eyes revealed a strong sense of disappointment. Master, what if they wanted to kill me first? Ling Xiao asked. They wanted to kill you first? Tell me more clearly. Mu Huai asked as he pulled himself together. Ling Xiao told Mu Huai what had happened in the city lord's mansion the day before yesterday. How dare they? They actually dared to have ideas about G2. After listening to Ling Xiao's words, Mu Huai actually had a strong sense of killing intent. Master, forget it. Lu Dong is already dead anyway. No one would dare to have any ideas about them anymore, Ling Xiao advised. Yes, by the way, you said that G2's granddaughter is your woman? Mu Huai replied softly, and then changed the topic. Ling Xiao nodded and admitted it. Alright, then I will report to the sect master tomorrow, and have someone replace G2 and make him an inner court deacon. I owe them too much for these things, Mu Huai said. Ling Xiao did not understand what Mu Huai meant, but he remembered that Ji2 had said before that his son Ji Xiaozhen was once a disciple under Wooden Flag Peak. Did Master know about Ji Xiaozhen? Ling Xiao wanted to ask, but he hesitated for a moment and did not ask. However, Ling Xiao still suggested to his master that it was fine to appoint Ji2 as an inner court deacon, but to force them to come to the sect. After all, they were already used to living in the city lord's mansion. They were probably reluctant to leave, so he hoped that Ji2 could make the decision himself. Mu Huai naturally had nothing to say to this disciple, so he agreed without hesitation. At the same time, Ling Xiao also asked Mu Huai to find Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong. Then he asked Ji2 to make a trip to the sect and explain the matter of him killing Peng Jun and his son. Although Ling Xiao believed that the innocent were innocent, there were still some things that had to be made clear. Les Chong said that his disciple had died unjustly. After everything was explained clearly, Mu Huai also asked people to arrange a quiet and secluded place for Ling Xiao to cultivate. One day later, in the main hall of the Purple Heaven sect, Ru Chong was kneeling in the main hall in a haggard manner, surrounded by the elders of the various peaks. Yin Xiong, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked, "Elder Zhu, why did you summon us?" "Sect Master, please execute Wooden Flag Peak disciple Ling Xiao. He killed Medicine Peak's inner court deacon Peng Jun, and yesterday he killed my sect's disciple Lu Dong. Please uphold justice." Ru Chong pleaded sorrowfully. Yin Xiong frowned slightly and looked at Nangong Chengal. "Elder Nangong, do you know about this?" Generally speaking, the matters that happened in the various peaks could be handled by the peak lord themselves. If they couldn't handle it, then they would go to the Elder Guild to discuss it, which was why Yin Xiong asked this question. Nangong Chengal briefly explained what had happened yesterday and finally said, "Ling Xiao is no longer a disciple of our peak, so junior brothers summoned the sect master and the various elders here to uphold justice." Yesterday, he had been ignored by Ling Xiao and had completely severed the last bit of his relationship with Ling Xiao as a master and disciple. "Elder Mu, has Ling Xiao returned to your peak?" Yin Xiong asked as his gaze fell on Mu Huai. Reporting to sect master, Ling Xiao has indeed returned, and he also admitted that he killed Peng Jun and his son. Mu Huai stood up and replied. Just as Yin Xiong was about to slam the table, Mu Huai continued. "However, Mu Huai believes that Peng Jun and his son deserve to die, and Medicine Peak's Deacon Lu also deserves to die." "Elder Mu, what did you say? Could it be that you also say that I, Ru Chong, deserve to die?" Ru Chong glared at Mu Huai and shouted. Although his strength was not as good as Mu Huai's, his status as a Tier 3 alchemist was not any lower than Mu Huai's. Moreover, with so many elders present, he did not think that Mu Huai would dare to do anything to him. Mu Huai looked at Ru Chong with disdain, then said to Yin Xiong, who was sitting on the throne, "Sect Master, elders, please wait a moment. I will prove to everyone that what I said is not wrong." After saying that, Mu Huai walked out of the hall, and not long after, he returned to the hall. At the same time, two people followed behind him. It was Ji2 and his granddaughter Ji Beixin. After that, Mu Huai made a request to Yin Xiong, hoping to get the Medicine Peak's Deacon Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong to come over. This time, all the witnesses were present. Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong didn't expect that helping Lu Dong would cause such a big commotion. They didn't even need to be questioned before they confessed. This time, Ru Chong's face became extremely pale. He didn't expect his disappointing disciple to be so unbearable. He didn't have the face to stay in the hall any longer, and wanted to leave with his tail between his legs. Unexpectedly, Mu Huai's next words made him stay again. Chapter 257. Who would have thought that Lu Dong would be so stupid as to slander Ling Xiao in front of so many witnesses? After he died, he could not be buried in the Purple Sky sect, and he would still be expelled from the sect. His body would be thrown out to feed the spirit beasts. Nangong Chengal did not expect this result, and a wave of guilt welled up in his heart. He knew that he had wronged Ling Xiao, but as a peak master, even if he did something wrong, no one would dare to say anything. He would also not apologize to a disciple who had been expelled from the peak. However, Ru Chang did not have the face to stay any longer. He had caused such a big commotion, and he had thought that his disciple had died unjustly, but the truth was that his disciple deserved to die. Just as Ru Chang was about to leave the main hall, Mu Huai called out to him, "Elder Zhu, you wronged my disciple and you want to leave just like that?" Ru Chang panicked and said apprehensively, I really didn't know either. Indeed, he had been miserably deceived by his disciple. I can't be bothered to argue with you, but Elder Zhu, don't leave yet. I still have something to say. Mu Huai coldly snorted and then said to Yun Xiong, "Sect Master, my disciple Ling Xiao wants to apply for the True Disciple examination. I sincerely ask for Sect Master's approval." Yun Xiong was stunned for a moment and asked, "True Disciple examination? That kid has reached the Spirit Master level?" "He has reached the Spirit Master level." Mu Huai smiled proudly and then said, "However, he did not apply for the Martial Artist examination, but for the Alchemist examination." As soon as this was said, Nangong Chengal smiled bitterly in his heart. What should come will come. Previously, Ling Xiao had already reached the point of perfection in cultivating second-grade pills. Now that he had broken through to the Spirit Master level, he could definitely refine third-grade pills. Yet, Ling Xiao had chosen the Alchemist examination to lose face for their Medicine Peak. This caused others to think that it was unwise for Medicine Peak to reject a third-grade alchemist. Moreover, he was so young, and his future was limitless. Nangong Chengal seemed to have already thought of this. Yun Xiong glanced at Nangong Chengal before saying, "Permission granted to Ling Xiao to apply for the examination. All right, if there's nothing else, everyone can leave." "Sect Master, Ling Xiao is a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. He's taking the test to become a true disciple of the alchemist. It's not easy for me to make a conclusion about the alchemist's rank, so I hope that Sect Master and the various elders can bear witness. Ling Xiao once said that he has admired the various elders for a long time, and he hopes that the various elders can give him some pointers. I hope that Sect Master can fulfill his wish," Mu Huai said to Yun Xiong as he bowed. This time, all the elders were interested. Mu Huai's words were clearly saying that Ling Xiao wanted to challenge someone like Chang Yi in front of them to pass the true disciple test. Before Yun Xiong could express his opinion, Ru Chang stood up and replied, "Sect Master, I have no objections to Elder Mu's suggestion." Although he did not expect Ling Xiao to challenge him, would he be afraid of Ling Xiao? He had already advanced to the third rank for several decades. If he had broken through to the king rank, he would have become a fourth-rank alchemist a long time ago. Would he lose to a rank 3 alchemist who had just advanced? That was absolutely impossible. Zhu Ruchang already wanted to say something. Since Ling Xiao was so arrogant, then he would directly fulfill his wish. When the two of them were refining pills, he would ruthlessly give Ling Xiao a show of strength, completely destroy his confidence, and make him forever stop at the third rank. All right, since the various elders have agreed, then 3 days later, in the martial arts arena, Wood Flag Peak's disciple Ling Xiao will take the test to become a true disciple of the alchemist. The various elders will bear witness, Elder Nangong will be the main judge, and the various elders and I will be spectators, Yun Xiong said in a deep voice. Many thanks for Sect Master's approval. Mu Huai bowed in thanks, but he was not happy at all. This request was made by Ling Xiao. At that time he had opposed it with all his might, but Ling Xiao had insisted on his suggestion. Mu Huai had no choice but to agree to this precious disciple of his. In his heart he hoped that this disciple of his would not shoot himself in the foot. In a quiet and secluded courtyard, 2 young girls, who were like lotus flowers emerging from the water, were whispering to each other. The 2 girls both had beauty that could topple cities. One was dressed simply and elegantly, and her fragrant skin was dewy and smooth. The other was dressed in a white veil, and her beautiful eyes were cold and elegant, like a snow plum with thorns. Weren't they Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui? Senior sister, that bastard is back. Why don't you go find him? Bing Ruoshui asked. Why should I go find him? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Yun Mingqi said, not speaking from her heart. Ling Xiao had been missing for half a year, and she had been worried for a long time. Now that he was back, she couldn't put down her pride and go see Ling Xiao. Her heart was very conflicted. A complicated look flashed through Bing Ruoshue's beautiful eyes, and she said, "Senior sister, if you can't put down your pride, I'm afraid that this man will have a change of heart sooner or later." Yun Mingqi opened her jade lips and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Instead, she stood up and punched out with one hand. Rumble. A large tree broke in response. "If he dares to have a change of heart, I'll kill him." "Forget it, let's not talk about that. I heard that in 3 days, he'll be competing with the various elders in alchemy. It can also be considered a test to become an alchemist's true disciple. I think it will be a bit troublesome for him," said Bing Ruoshue indifferently. "That bastard's just too arrogant. Elder Zhu has already been at the 3rd rank for a long time. As long as he breaks through to the king rank, he'll be able to become a 4th rank alchemist. He's just asking for trouble by challenging Elder Zhu." Yun Mingqi said somewhat angrily. She then smiled and said, "But I'm sure he'll give everyone a pleasant surprise." "You trust him that much?" Bing Ruoshue asked in surprise. "Yes, although he's a bit narcissistic and arrogant, I believe he won't do something he's not confident in. Let's just wait and see." Yun Mingqi clenched her fists. She couldn't help but recall the scene at the bottom of the mountain abyss. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. When Bing Ruoshue saw Yun Mingqi like this, she didn't know why, but a sour taste appeared in her heart. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was unknown who spread the news of Ling Xiao challenging Zhu Ruchang, but now everyone in the sect knew that Ling Xiao would be taking the alchemy test to become a true disciple, and that he would be competing with Zhu Ruchang. But now, all the attendants of the sect seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and they all wanted to come and watch the battle. This was an alchemy competition that was hard to come by every 10 years. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when they would get another chance? Moreover, they also wanted to see why Ling Xiao from Wooden Flag Peak was so confident that he dared to challenge Elder Zhu, who had already been a 3rd-rank alchemist for decades. It wasn't time for the competition yet, but the arena was already filled with people. "Look, the sect leader and all the elders have arrived. I didn't think that this exam would alarm so many elders. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Isn't that right? It's a good thing we received the news early, otherwise we would have missed it." As the sect leader, Yun Xiong, as well as all the elders of the peaks, arrived one by one, causing many people to whisper. Sitting in the middle, Yun Xiong looked at the black mass in front of him and frowned. "What's going on?" Beside him, the peak lord Su Jiannan replied, "I don't know who leaked the news, but everyone knows about this test, so?" "Sect leader, should we call them off?" Scarlet Flame Peak's peak lord Zhao Mingyuan asked. "Forget it. Since they're here, let's let them witness our new genius alchemist." Yun Xiong relaxed his brows. At this moment, Zhu Ruchang also walked into the arena. Right now he seemed to have adjusted his state of mind. He walked with his hands behind his back and his head held high. He looked like an elder with a strong demeanor. 3 of his disciples followed behind him, and all of them had arrogant expressions on their faces. As alchemists, they received the best treatment no matter where they went. They were also respected by everyone in the sect, and no one would be dissatisfied with their arrogance. However, there were some people who disliked Zhu Ruchang's way of doing things. Zhang Li was one of them. He was one of the elders of Scarlet Flame Peak, and the junior of the Peak Lord, Zhao Mingyuan. He was also the elder who knew that Zhu Ruchang was always against Ling Xiao in Fire Valley. "Senior Mu, your Wooden Flag Peak has gained a good disciple. I think that kid Ling Xiao will definitely make Zhu Ruchang lose face." Zhang Li smiled at Muan. Muan was the senior of the Wooden Flag Peak's Peak Lord, Mu Huai. "Haha, you're right. That kid won't do anything carelessly. In the future, if your Scarlet Flame Peak needs to refine pills, you don't need to ask old man Nangong, just come to our Wooden Flag Peak. I'll give you a 20% discount." Muan happily stroked his beard. "Senior Mu, that's not very kind of you. You should at least give a 30% discount." Zhang Li joked. At this moment, Nangong Chengal stood at the center of the field and loudly said, "Where is the disciple of Wooden Flag Peak's Ling Xiao?" Nangong Chengal called out, but when he didn't see Ling Xiao walk out, he repeated his call. Elder Zhu stood on the viewing platform and laughed. Looks like he doesn't dare to come. What a cowardly tortoise. What a disgrace to alchemists. Cowardly tortoise? Who are you calling a cowardly tortoise? A clear voice rang out. Many attendants lined up, and a figure slowly walked up. Cowardly tortoise, I'm calling you a cowardly tortoise. Ruchang didn't react in time. Who would have thought that his words would cause a wave of laughter? Ruchang's face darkened, and he immediately roared at the person who had come. Bastard, you're calling me a cowardly tortoise? Wasn't that person Ling Xiao? Today he was different from his usual self. He wore a rusty robe with strange patterns on it and walked out. He seemed to be in high spirits and his aura was high. I'm sorry, Elder Zhu. I'm calling you a cowardly tortoise, not you. Why are you angry? Ling Xiao said with a wicked smile. You, Ruchang wanted to retort, but Nangong Chengal said. Stop arguing. Everyone's here, so let's prepare for the test. Ling Xiao, as long as you can refine a third-grade medicinal pill, you can become a true disciple. As for the elders, they'll give you some pointers. Don't worry, Elder Nangong. I'll definitely get the elders to give me some pointers, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Nangong Chengal couldn't tell that Ling Xiao was angry, so he ignored him and called out, the test begins. However, at this moment, a faintly discernible voice rang out. Hold on. My Wooden Flag Peak's disciple is taking the test to become a true disciple. How can I not come and take a look? As soon as the voice finished speaking, a shadowy figure appeared in front of Yun Xiong and the others. Chapter 258. As soon as the person landed, Yun Xiong and the other elders stood up and greeted him. Greetings, Elder Xiao. This person was Wooden Flag Peak's previous elder, Xiao Songlin. He was the most powerful existence in Wooden Flag Peak, and one of the strongest people in the Purple Sky sect. Xiao Songlin waved his hand and said, No need. I'm just here to join in the fun and see my disciple bring glory to our Wooden Flag Peak. Master, you've come out of seclusion. Come sit with me. Mu Huai said respectfully when he arrived in front of Xiao Songlin. He was very happy in his heart. He never thought that his master would actually come to see Ling Xiao take the test. There's no need for that. I'll just sit with Mu'en, Xiao Songlin said and walked toward Mu'en, who came up to him. Ling Xiao, who was on the assessment stage, quickly walked over and greeted Xiao Songlin. Ling Xiao greets Grandmaster. Good child. Not bad. You have courage. Today you will take the test well, and let our Wooden Flag Peak show off. Xiao Songlin said as he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder kindly. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, I will not disappoint the Grand Master's expectations. Alright, don't be late. Go take the test, Xiao Songlin said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Not far away, Ruchang looked at Xiao Songlin's sudden appearance, and felt a sense of stage fright. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect this kid to be so popular in Wooden Flag Peak. However, it's impossible for him to step on me. Ling Xiao returned to his seat, and Nangong Chengal announced the start of the test. Elders, please, Ling Xiao said politely to Ruchang. In reality, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Watch carefully. Today, I will let you see what a true third-rank alchemist is. Ruchang snorted and a dark green cauldron appeared in his hand. This large cauldron was engraved with spirit patterns. It looked very profound and difficult to understand, and it was also emitting a strong fire element aura. Around it, there were illusions that were like snakes, giving people a very heavy and strange feeling. This was impressively a 4th-tier medicinal cauldron. Upper 4th-rank green python cauldron. Looks like junior brother is serious this time. Nangong Chengal's eyes shook as he immediately recognized the cauldron in Zhu Ruchang's hand. This green serpent cauldron was one of the relics left behind by Nangong Chengal's master. This cauldron was bestowed to his junior brother Zhu Ruchang by Nangong Chengal's master. Even he, Nangong Chengal, was only a 4th-tier intermediate-tier cauldron. This medicine cauldron was infinitely close to the 5th level, and it could effectively prevent the spiritual grass essence from overflowing, as well as improve the quality of the pill. He rarely used this green python cauldron when he was refining pills for others. This time, in order to compete with Ling Xiao, he actually used it. It could be seen how much importance he placed on this match. Zhu Ruchang took out his medicine cauldron and didn't waste any more words. Stalks of spiritual grass appeared in his hands, and he ruthlessly threw them into the cauldron at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, his hands shot out fiery palms that fluctuated in size, causing the cauldron to quickly be filled with a strong medicinal effect. 18 burning flame palms. As more and more spiritual grass was thrown in, Zhu Ruchang gave a loud shout, and his hands shot out mysterious palm shadows. His speed once again increased by a level, causing people to be dazzled by his movements. Yang'an, who was not far away, had a complicated expression flash across his face as he murmured, "I didn't expect junior brother Zhu to be able to shoot out 16 palms at once. It looks like his fire control technique has already surpassed mine." Chao Nanxian, who was beside Yang'an, stared unblinkingly at Zhu Ruchang's movements, silently memorizing them in his mind. "It's been a long time since I've personally seen Elder Zhu refine pills. I didn't expect his palm techniques to be so proficient. I'm sure that our sect will soon have another 4th-tier alchemist," Yin Xiong said with a smile. Even though Zhu Ruchang had done many unsightly things, he was still a 3rd-tier alchemist, otherwise Yin Xiong would have taught him a lesson long ago. "Yes, this is all thanks to the sect master," Su Jiannan said respectfully. "I just don't know if that kid Ling Xiao will give us another surprise. I heard that he's not even 20 years old yet, but Tenbin is even stronger than Chao Nanxian," Yin Xiong said, changing the topic to Ling Xiao. He had been paying attention to Ling Xiao the entire time, and found that the kid was abnormally calm, and there seemed to be a faint smile on his face. This time, before Su Jiannan could say anything, Yin Mingqi, who was standing beside Yin Xiong, interrupted. "Father, I believe that he will definitely give you an unexpected surprise." Yin Xiong looked at Yin Mingqi in surprise, then laughed. "It seems that you have a lot of confidence in him." Su Yi, who was behind Su Jiannan, also said, "Sister Mingqi has always been very accurate in judging people." When Yin Mingqi heard this, she didn't say anything else. Her beautiful eyes were tightly fixed on Ling Xiao, and Bing Ruoshui, who was beside her, did the same. 6 hours quickly passed, and no one left the scene. They were still closely watching Zhu Ruchang, who was refining the spirit herbs. This time, Zhu Ruchang's refinement was very successful. Out of more than 100 spirit herbs, only 5 or 6 were lost. Compared to normal times, this was the least amount of waste. Zhu Ruchang glanced at Ling Xiao, who had yet to refine the pill, and sneered. He then swallowed 2 pills and threw a 3rd-level beast pill into the cauldron. How did that kid from Wu Qifeng come back? The elders have already reached the step of refining the beast pill, but that kid still hasn't made a move. I think he wants to watch the elders refine the pill before refining it. That might be the case. After all, he's still so young. Let's see how the elders refine it first so that we can have a better chance. The surrounding deacons saw that Ling Xiao hadn't started and couldn't help but lower their heads to discuss a few more words. Not far away, Hua Xiaogui was waiting expectantly for Ling Xiao to refine the pill. In front of him was an outstanding beauty, Wu Xixue of the Jade Spring Pavilion. "Xiao Shui, do you think boss can refine a 3rd-grade pill?" Hua Xiaogui asked softly. He saw that Wu Xixue was completely focused on Ling Xiao, and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. "Don't you believe in him?" Wu Xixue asked. Of course I believe in boss." Hua Xiaogui scratched his head awkwardly. "Isn't that enough?" Wu Xixue replied indifferently. Hua Xiaogui sighed in his heart. "Boss, Xiao Shui is still thinking of you." In the next moment, Wu Xixue's voice sounded again. "You have to reach the 3rd grade as soon as possible." Hearing this, Hua Xiaogui was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Definitely. I will definitely reach it as soon as possible." At the same time, the charming Yu Lian was also paying attention to Ling Xiao. She ignored the greedy gazes of her senior and junior brothers behind her and murmured, "Junior brother, do your best. As your senior sister's man, you can't lose to that annoying old man." In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. With a loud sound from the cauldron, Ruchang had finally finished refining the pill. Ruchang let out a breath and wiped away his sweat. He then took out 2 pills to recover his spiritual energy. Ruchang has finished refining the pill. What pill did you refine? Yin Xiong asked from his seat. Ru Chang glanced at Ling Xiao and then said to Yin Xiong, Sect leader, I refined a top third-grade pill, the Spirit Breakthrough Pill. Spirit Breakthrough Pill? Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a strange smile when he heard this. It just so happened that he was caught by Ru Chang. Ru Chang sneered and then said to everyone in a clear voice, The Spirit Breakthrough Pill can raise a high-level mystic disciple to a low-level spirit master. It can also raise any spirit master by 1 level. Senior brother, please appraise it for me. Nangong Chengal gently waved his hand, and the pill in Ru Chang's hand flew into his. Nangong Chengal carefully looked at it and said, This pill is a fire attribute spirit breakthrough pill. Its color is excellent, and it should be able to display 80% of its medicinal effects. It's very good. Good as expected of Elder Zhu. If you can refine more of these pills, our sect will have many more core disciples, Yin Xiong praised. The Spirit Breakthrough Pill was indeed a top-grade third-grade pill. If they could refine it in large quantities, who knew how many spirit masters they could produce? It was no wonder that Yin Xiong was so happy. Thank you for the praise, sect leader, Ru Chang replied. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said mockingly, Ling Xiao, since you said that you wanted me to teach you, then you should have seen clearly how I refine the Spirit Breakthrough Pill. As long as you can refine a Spirit Breakthrough Pill, you will be the alchemist's core disciple. At the same time, I will also apologize to you for what happened before, and allow you to return to my medicine mountain to study. How about it? Ru Chang's words sounded very light, but in reality they were quite vicious. The Spirit Breakthrough Pill was clearly impossible for a new third-grade alchemist to refine. Even the current Chao Nanxian might not be able to do it. However, he wanted Ling Xiao to refine the same Spirit Breakthrough Pill as him. It was obvious that he wanted to make a fool of Ling Xiao. At the same time, he threw out a temptation. He actually allowed Ling Xiao to return to Medicine Mountain to study. If Ling Xiao agreed, then Ling Xiao would definitely be looked down upon and ridiculed by everyone. Moreover, Flag Peak would not allow such a disciple with no moral integrity to stay. Ru Chang's intentions could be said to be vicious. He did this to destroy Ling Xiao's mental state when it came to refining pills. When Ling Xiao heard these words, he almost burst into laughter. The Spirit Breakthrough Pill might be a top third-grade pill to Ru Chang, but to Ling Xiao, it was an ordinary third-grade pill. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao possessed the mysterious medicine sect's pill refining method? The pill recipes recorded there were definitely the most complete and complete. Among the third-grade pills, there were even more precious than the Spirit Breakthrough Pill. Ling Xiao had previously learned from Nangong Chengal, but he knew that Nangong Chengal's knowledge of pill recipes was far inferior to his own. Thus, even if he left Medicine Mountain now, it would not affect him in the future. Now that Zhu Ruchang had actually invited him to refine the Spirit Breakthrough Pill, Ling Xiao naturally had a way to deal with it. Elder Zhu's ability to refine the Spirit Breakthrough Pill is really not bad, Ling Xiao praised. Then his expression changed as he said, However, it seems to me that it is only SOSO. When Ru Chang heard Ling Xiao's first sentence, he raised his gaze high and was about to smile in satisfaction. However, when he heard the second sentence, his expression darkened and he immediately shouted, all right, all of you listen. Ling Xiao actually dared to say that my Spirit Breakthrough Pill is only SOSO. I want to see if you can refine the Spirit Breakthrough Pill. Ru Chang's words were very loud, and everyone heard him. A few elders' expressions turned cold, not to mention the attendants. They all felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Chapter 259. The Spirit-Breaking Pill was a high-quality pill no matter what rank 8 sect it was. Not only could it make a high-level Xian disciple suddenly become a spirit master, but it could also make a spirit master rise by a level. Such a pill could definitely greatly increase the strength of a sect. Although sects were mainly measured by the number of king stage cultivators, spirit masters were also the elites of a sect. They were an indispensable core strength. Now that Ling Xiao said such arrogant words in front of a group of elders, he would naturally be displeased by most people. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang'an, who was an alchemist, snorted in disdain. Even if he wanted to refine this spirit-breaking pill, it would not be easy, but this kid in front of him did not care about it. How could he be happy? On the side, Chao Nen looked at Ling Xiao with a faint bitter smile. No one knew what he was thinking. On the viewing platform, Yin Xiong shook his head and said to Mu Huai, "Elder Mu, this young man still needs to be tempered." Mu Huai laughed dryly and replied, "This kid's temperament is not bad, but he is a little arrogant. When we get back, I will definitely teach this stinking brat a lesson." On the side, the Jade Spring Pavilion's pavilion master Wen Haiyan laughed tenderly. "Sect master, it is not a bad thing for a young man to be a little arrogant. Do you want him to be like us old men who are serious in speech and manner? That will make him lose the drive of a young man." "Sect master, mother is right. Seeing you guys always with a straight face, I am scared." The beautiful and cute Wen Qidi, who was behind Wen Haiyan, pouted and said, "There, don't be rude." Wen Haiyan snorted coldly. "Haha, it's fine, it's fine. Dire, this is the truth." Yin Xiong laughed happily. "Sect master, that kid is making his move. Let's watch." Mu Huai reminded from the side. Everyone focused their attention on the field again. "You've only managed to utilize half of the medicinal properties of such a large pile of spirit herbs. I have to say, Elder Zhu, your decades of perverted alchemy skills are truly too lacking," Ling Xiao said in an extremely contemptuous tone. Ru Chang's face turned green, and his body trembled in anger. If there were not so many people here, he would probably fight Ling Xiao to the death. "Yellow female brat, do you only know how to talk? If you have the ability, then refine it." Ru Chang scolded. "Then watch carefully," Ling Xiao said as the obsidian cauldron flew out from his space ring. Ding. As soon as the obsidian cauldron landed on the ground, a bright light flashed and Zhu Ruchang's green serpent cauldron was shaken away. Boom. After the green python cauldron flew out, it actually automatically exploded into pieces. The surrounding people were all shocked by this sudden scene. Luckily, they were all spirit masters and above, so they weren't injured by the fragments that flew out from the explosion. Ru Chang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his eyes widened as he stared at his shattered cauldron. His expression became savage as he leapt towards Ling Xiao. "Bastard, you dared to destroy my cauldron." Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. He turned around and threw a punch at Ru Chang. Bang! How could Ru Chang be Ling Xiao's opponent? He was immediately pushed back. "Your trash cauldron exploded on its own. What does it have to do with me?" Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. He didn't think that the obsidian cauldron would have such a bad temper. It had just been released, but it had already destroyed someone else's cauldron. Ling Xiao found that he liked the obsidian cauldron more and more. What's going on? Why did Elder Zhu's cauldron explode? Did it break because it was used for too long? What do you know? That's a high-grade cauldron, so how could it break so easily? I heard that it was a relic of Elder Zhu's master. Even a king stage expert wouldn't be able to shatter it. Then why did it explode? You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? I just think that it has something to do with Ling Xiao's cauldron. Everyone was very puzzled by what was happening, and they were all discussing in low voices. Nangong Changle suddenly stood up from his seat and said in shock, Could this be a heaven-grade cauldron? Yang En and Chao Nen looked at Ling Xiao's cauldron, and their gazes couldn't help but burn. Others might not be able to recognize what cauldron Ling Xiao was holding, but Nangong Changle, Yang En, and the others could tell at a glance that Ling Xiao's cauldron wasn't ordinary, and it might even be a legendary heaven-grade cauldron. Although Ru Chang had been sent flying by Ling Xiao, he still didn't give up and once again pounced at Ling Xiao. That cauldron was his most cherished possession, and he had spent a great deal of effort to obtain it from his master. Now that it had exploded, how could he not feel heartache and anger? Enough, it's time for the examination. You're not allowed to cause trouble here. As Zhu Ruchang's senior brother, Nangong Changle naturally couldn't allow Zhu Ruchang to continue losing his composure. With a shout, he raised his hand and immediately restrained Ru Chang. Ling Xiao, you can start refining now. Whoever dares to disturb you, I swear to kill them. Ling Xiao's master Mu Huai glanced at Ling Xiao and coldly stared at Ru Chang. Ru Chang shuddered, and the flames on his body immediately extinguished. He continued to glare at Ling Xiao with hatred. Ling Xiao's mouth twitched, and his hands finally began to move. A small pile of spirit herbs appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and he immediately threw them into the cauldron. All the elders on the viewing platform looked at Ling Xiao's actions in confusion. Yun Xiong couldn't help but ask Nangong Changle, "Elder Nangong, isn't refining the essence of the spirit herbs one by one?" "Normally it's refined like this," Nangong Changle replied. His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at Ling Xiao. Could it be that this kid has already reached that stage? "Wow, it works like this." Just as Yun Xiong was about to say something, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Yun Xiong once again looked at Ling Xiao, and with a whoosh he stood up and looked at the center of the field in shock. The spirit herbs in the medicine cauldron all floated up, and each stalk of spirit herb was like a star rotating nonstop. Ling Xiao's flaming palms were like flying phantoms, and one blue flame after another pounced on the cauldron. The cauldron emitted a series of sizzling sounds, and the spirit herbs that were floating in the air instantly withered under the heat. Then, they turned into bits of rich medicinal essence that dripped into the cauldron. How is this possible? Nangong Changle also stood up and stared at what Ling Xiao was doing with a face full of shock. Zhu Ruchang, Yang'an and Chao Nanxian, the 3 third-grade alchemists, were also filled with disbelief. Hua Xiaogui, who was not far away, couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss has actually reached the realm of refining medicine into rain. This is really my boss, my god." After saying that, Hua Xiaogui stared at Ling Xiao with a face full of admiration, as if he had seen a naked beauty, full of excitement. Wu Xixue, who was at the side, asked in confusion, "What do you mean by refining medicine into rain?" "Don't be noisy." Hua Xiaogui snorted impatiently at Wu Xixue for the first time, and continued to stare at Ling Xiao refining medicine. Wu Xixue stomped her feet, and just as she was about to vent her anger, she saw Hua Xiaogui's meticulous appearance, and finally endured it. Ling Xiao had already entered the realm of forgetting himself, and the spirit energy within his body was constantly being drawn out, while the flame shadow palms were constantly being shot out. The speed was countless times faster than Zhu Ruchang's. The most surprising thing was the blue flame that shot out from Ling Xiao's palms, which was extremely astonishing. Nangong Changle's old eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, and he muttered, "This is definitely the legendary obsidian cauldron, and that blue flame, could it be the legendary heavenly fire? Could it be that this kid found some secret realm? Otherwise, how could he become so powerful in such a short period of time?" When Chang Ruchang saw that Ling Xiao was actually able to reach the realm of refining medicine into rain, his expression was one of shock, and the other one of disbelief. Refining medicine into rain was a realm that only alchemists who had reached the king stage could use spirit energy to imprison spirit herbs in midair, and then use flames to refine the spirit herbs one by one, turning them into medicine rain that fell into the cauldron. This realm was the symbol of becoming an alchemist grandmaster. This was because normally, only a 4th-rank alchemist could reach this realm. Moreover, the requirement for controlling the fire was quite high. Without dozens of years of practice, it was impossible to achieve this. Otherwise, all the spirit herbs would be destroyed. For example, Chang Ruchang knew that even his senior brother, Nangong Changle, didn't dare to do this when he was refining high-level pills. After all, every spirit herb was very precious, and if something went wrong, the loss would be great. However, right now Ling Xiao had completely overturned his thoughts. He was actually able to reach the realm of refining medicine into rain, at the age of not even 20, and with the strength of a middle spiritual master. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would definitely have thought that he was dreaming. Unfortunately, although he wanted to dream, reality was very cruel. The mysterious palm shadows that Ling Xiao struck out were even more complicated and difficult to understand than the 18 burning flame palms he used, and the speed of the fire palms was even faster. It was as if this palm technique had been created for the sake of refining pills. Moreover, feeling the strange nimbleness of the blue flames, Chang Ruchang's heart finally began to waver. He thought, could it be that this kid had some sort of fortuitous encounter? As the shadow flame palms that Ling Xiao struck out became faster and faster, The spirit herbs floating in the air gradually all had their essence extracted and fell into the medicine cauldron. When the last spirit herb had been refined, Ling Xiao quickly threw a beast core into the medicine cauldron, and the blue flames in his hands increased in intensity. Pung pung. The flames burned the walls of the cauldron, and a strange light screen appeared around the medicine cauldron, faintly consolidating the extracted spirit herb essence and the beast core's energy within the medicine cauldron. Now that it was already the final stage, Ling Xiao still didn't show any signs of impatience. His expression was only focused on the medicine cauldron. Suddenly, the beast core's energy within the medicine cauldron was completely refined, and Ling Xiao shouted, "Condense!" Ling Xiao flipped his palms and pressed them down. The spirit power in his body surged like a tide, all of it rushing into the medicine cauldron. Pung! The medicine cauldron let out a muffled groan, and a green light spread out. A dense medicinal fragrance assaulted the nostrils, causing everyone in the surroundings to feel refreshed. What a dense medicinal fragrance! This pill must be of high quality. Isn't it? It's even denser than the pills refined by the elders. I wonder what kind of pill this is. It should also be a spirit break pill. The elders just told him to refine it. Chapter 260. When the green light gradually dissipated, 2 thumb-sized pills appeared in Ling Xiao's hands. For some reason, when Chang Yuyu saw the pill in Ling Xiao's hand, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, as if he had an ominous premonition. He exclaimed in disbelief, This is definitely not a third-grade pill, definitely not. He had originally wanted to refine a top-notch third-grade pill to humiliate Ling Xiao. But now that the other party was able to refine it, how could he believe that this was the truth? Ling Xiao used the bottle to store the pill and looked at Chang Yuyu with disdain. This is a high-grade wood attribute spirit-breaking pill, and yours is just trash. After saying that, Ling Xiao passed the bottle to the attendant at the side, and told him to take it to Nangong Chengal to appraise. Nangong Chengal took the bottle and glanced at Ling Xiao. Then he opened the bottle and took out the 2 elixirs to examine them. How is this possible? Nangong Chengal looked at the pill and the bottle in shock, his heart filled with bitterness. Elder Nangong, what's wrong? Yin Xiong asked. Old man Nangong, quickly tell me. My disciple's pill should be pretty good, right? Mu Huai asked anxiously. The surrounding elders were all waiting for Nangong Chengal to announce the results. Nangong Chengal took a deep breath and faintly said, This is a third-grade wood attribute spirit-breaking pill. The quality is excellent, and there are no signs of fatigue. The medicinal effect should be able to reach 100%. As soon as Nangong Chengal announced the results, the crowd went into an uproar. As expected of the boss. As expected of the boss. Hua Xiaogui clenched his fists and said excitedly, as if he had a share in Ling Xiao's achievements. Yin Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui, who were standing behind Yin Xiong, revealed a few moving smiles. Yu Laiyan, on the other hand, smiled beautifully and said, As expected of senior sister's man. He did not embarrass senior sister. When the senior and junior brothers behind Yu Laiyan heard this, they all revealed pained expressions. Elder Nangong, are you saying that the spirit-breaking pill refined by Ling Xiao is of a higher grade than the elders? Yin Xiong asked. Nangong Chengal smiled bitterly. Even I might not be able to refine such a perfect pill. He is simply a genius in alchemy, no. It should be a ghost. As he said this, Nangong Chengal felt a bitter taste in his heart for the first time. This was a disciple of his medicine peak and a direct disciple at that. Anyone else would have doted on such an outstanding disciple like a treasure. However, he had kicked him out of medicine peak. He knew his own pain. Mu Huai's following words made Nangong Chang feel even worse. This is all because Elder Nangong has taught my disciple well. Mu Huai said proudly. The worry in his heart had disappeared without a trace. This child's future will be limitless. Elder Mu, you have to properly teach that kid. Yin Xiong stared at Ling Xiao as he instructed Mu Huai. He then said to Nangong Chengal, Elder Nangong, you can announce the results of the examination. Nangong Chengal nodded and sighed softly before saying in a clear voice, Ling Xiao has passed the examination to become a successor disciple of the alchemist. Wow! Everyone burst into an uproar when they heard this. The Purple Sky sect had finally welcomed the second successor disciple of the alchemist. The first person to become a successor disciple of the alchemist was naturally Medicine Peak's Chao Nanxian. He was also the eldest senior brother who had surpassed Lu Dong, and became the first successor disciple of the Medicine Peak, when he was around 30 years old. As for Lu Dong, because of his age, although he had become a Tier 3 alchemist, he could not become a successor disciple. Therefore Ling Xiao was ranked second. He was currently only 19 years old, and was still a few months away from turning 20. In the entire Great Northwest, it could be said that Ling Xiao had become a Tier 3 alchemist at such a young age. Moreover, it could be said that he was the only one who could use the method of refining medicine into rain, and at the same time, had a 100% success rate and medicinal properties. Even a Tier 4 alchemist like Nangong Chengal, who had long been famous, did not have a level like Ling Xiao. When Zhu Ruchang heard this announcement, he staggered and almost fell. This time he had lost his cauldron and lost all face. His resentment towards Ling Xiao had deepened. This kid's cauldron must be a heaven-ranked divine cauldron. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to use the realm of refining medicine into rain. Moreover, the success rate is so high, the quality is so good, and the flame he used, even if it's not a heaven fire, it must be an earth fire. This little bastard is not worthy of these divine objects. Only I can have them. Zhu Ruchang thought resentfully in his heart. He kept thinking about how he could get rid of Ling Xiao, save his face, and seize the foreign object on Ling Xiao's body. Nangong Chengal had someone make 2 spirit-breaking pills, and returned them to Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao lightly tossed the pill in his hand in disdain and said, "Master, this kind of ordinary pill is for you to distribute to our Wood Flag Peak's junior brothers." After saying that, he threw it towards his master Mu Huai. Mu Huai quickly caught it and scolded with a smile. "Stinking brat, this is a 3rd-grade spirit-breaking pill. If it were to be auctioned, it would be worth at least a few thousand Xian crystals. Are you becoming arrogant and complacent now that you have some achievements?" Many of the surrounding attendants revealed looks of greed. They all had the wood attribute, and a single spirit-breaking pill could save them many years of bitter cultivation, and directly advance to a higher level. However, the high-grade pill in their eyes was only ordinary in Ling Xiao's eyes. This was too much of a blow. Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you have become a 3rd-grade alchemist. Who knows how many seniors and experts in front of you are of a higher level than you. In the future, you must guard against arrogance and rashness, work hard, and contribute even more to our sect. If you have time, you can come to my Medicine Peak at any time. This old man will give you a few pointers." Nangong Chengal said to Ling Xiao with the appearance of an elder. Seeing that Ling Xiao had such a rare treasure and such achievements, Nangong Chengal regretted choosing his junior brother, and giving up on his disciple who had a limitless future. Now he more or less wanted Ling Xiao to return to his Medicine Peak, but he couldn't bring himself to do so he could only use his identity to remind Ling Xiao. After all, he was the only 4th-grade alchemist in the Purple Sky sect, and in his opinion, Ling Xiao was only a 3rd-grade alchemist. Without his guidance and the pill formulas he provided, he would probably be stuck at the 3rd-grade alchemist realm for the rest of his life, and it would be difficult for him to become a 4th-grade alchemist. Not only did Nangong Chengal understand this point, even Mu Huai, Yin Xiong, and the other elders present understood this point. Mu Huai glanced at Nangong Chengal in displeasure, then said to Ling Xiao, "Elder Nangong's words are right. In the future, you should come to Medicine Peak more often." Mu Huai cared for Ling Xiao the most, and he did not want Ling Xiao to be buried in the 3rd grade. As the sect master, Yin Xiong also spoke. "Ling Xiao, although you have been expelled from Medicine Peak, that is not your master Nangong's fault. Even if you are no longer master and disciple, I believe that Elder Nangong would still be very happy to give you pointers. You must not let down the sect and your master's expectations of you. Become a 4th-grade alchemist as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed slightly to the crowd, then raised his arrogant head and said to the crowd, "Thank you, Sect Master and Elder Nangong, for your favor." At this point he paused for a moment before continuing. But I don't need Elder Nangong's pointers anymore. Arrogant. Yang'an and Zhu Ruchang shouted at the same time. Especially Zhu Ruchang. He directly rushed in front of Ling Xiao, pointed at Ling Xiao, and shouted. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have become a third-grade alchemist. If it wasn't for my senior, how could you have broken through to the third grade? It is your good fortune that my senior can give you pointers. Don't be untactful. Isn't that so? Back then my senior did his best to train you, and now you are so arrogant. If I had known earlier, our medicine peak would not have taken you in, you ingrate. Yang'an also pointed at Ling Xiao and scolded in displeasure. The elders present were also a little displeased with Ling Xiao's attitude. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was only a newly advanced third-grade alchemist. How could he be compared to Nangong Chengal? Even though Nangong Chengal had expelled Ling Xiao from the medicine sect, the fact that he could swallow his pride and say such words showed that he still had a master-disciple relationship with Ling Xiao. The funny thing was that Ling Xiao actually did not appreciate it. Even if my disciple doesn't refine pills, he still has the right to be arrogant. One day he will surpass all of us. Mu Huai was the first to stand up and speak up for Ling Xiao. It's good for young people to be a little arrogant, Xiao Songlin, who was not far away, chuckled. His voice was not loud, but it was sonorous and powerful. For a moment, no one dared to criticize Ling Xiao. Even Yun Xiong could only laugh dryly and did not say anything. At this moment, Ling Xiao said faintly, since none of you believe that I don't need Elder Nangong's guidance, then I will prove it to all of you. Sect Master, please give Ling Xiao a little more time. Once he finished speaking, Ling Xiao turned around and returned to the place where he was refining pills. The surrounding deacons were all discussing in confusion. Does Master Ling still want to refine pills? I don't think so. According to the sect's rules, as long as Ling Xiao can refine a third-grade pill, he can become a true disciple. Then what does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to challenge Elder Nangong? That can't be. Elder Nangong is a fourth-grade alchemist and was once Master Ling's master. How could he dare to challenge Elder Nangong? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Master, Ling Xiao has been away from the sect for more than half a year. I'm sorry for making you worried. I don't have anything good to show my filial piety to you. Today, I will refine a pill for Master as a token of my sincerity. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Huai and said lightly. Although Mu Huai did not teach him much, Ling Xiao could feel Mu Huai's care and concern from the beginning. Ling Xiao knew that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. At the same time, he wanted everyone in Medicine Peak to know that driving him, Ling Xiao, out of Medicine Peak was the biggest mistake of their lives. He wanted everyone in Medicine Peak to feel regret, especially Zhu Ruchang. He wanted Zhu Ruchang to understand that although he was a kind person, he would not allow others to bully him. He wanted to completely and thoroughly step on Zhu Ruchang, so that he would never be able to rise again. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the obsidian cauldron flew out again. Everyone once again focused their attention on the young man in the field, and couldn't help but feel that he had grown a little taller. Chapter 261. In the center of the Purple Sky Sect's 1,000-man practice field, the elders of the Purple Sky Sect were sitting, and the outer circle was filled with the sect's inner deacons and a few true disciples. All of them stared intently at the handsome and extraordinary young figure in the middle of the field. In front of the young man was a large black cauldron. The cauldron emitted a bright divine light, and there were dozens of spirit herbs floating in it. After a moment, several spirit herbs turned into essence and fell into the medicine cauldron. The young man stood in front of the medicine cauldron, constantly waving the blue flame in his palm. He looked very focused and serious, and his movements were also very elegant, causing a few female true disciples to look at him with adoring eyes. Yun Mingqi, who was behind Yun Xiong, stared at Ling Xiao. She pouted and said to herself, "What an arrogant guy." Yun Mingqi didn't expect her words to be heard by Su Yi. Su Yi secretly whispered in Yun Mingqi's ear, "Mingqi, do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? You dare? If anything happens to him, I won't let you go." Yun Mingqi warned Su Yi with a cold gaze. Sui didn't expect Yun Mingqi's reaction to be so big. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ling Xiao. He was puzzled. Could it be that Mingqi has taken a fancy to this kid? Senior Mu, I wonder what pill Ling Xiao will refine for you? One Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion asked Mu Huai lightly. Mu Huai chuckled and said, I don't know either, but it shouldn't be worse than the spirit-breaking pill just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't want it from him. Senior Mu, you really have Pingyi. If you don't want it, you can give it to my Jade Spring Pavilion, one Haiyan said. Haha, junior sister must be joking. No matter what, it's something my disciple gave me. No matter how bad it is, I have to reluctantly accept it, right? Mu Huai replied with unusual happiness. This was the first time he had received such a filial disciple, and he was even more determined to teach Ling Xiao well. In the field, Ling Xiao had already refined most of the spiritual herbs. His face and back were completely soaked in sweat. He knew that refining high-grade pills consumed a lot of energy, and he had just refined 2 spirit-breaking pills. Fortunately, he had already prepared some pills to recover his spiritual power. As long as his spiritual power was slightly depleted, he would immediately swallow the pills and continue refining. For hours passed quickly, and the surrounding people were still waiting patiently. When most of the low-level auxiliary spirit grasses had been refined, Ling Xiao had an additional green and enchanting spirit grass in his hands. What kind of herb is this? It feels so weird. Since Master Ling wants to refine him separately, his level must be quite high. I know what kind of spirit grass this is. It's a mid-tier 4th stage viridescent lotus grass. Green vibrant lotus grass. Master Ling actually has such a high-level spirit herb. Could it be that Elder Mu gave it to him? If Master Ling can give this viridescent lotus grass to me, I'll definitely become his follower. A mid-tier 4th stage viridescent lotus grass could increase the purity of the wood attribute. At the same time, it could increase a martial artist's comprehension and absorption of wood attribute spiritual power. It was a high-grade spirit grass among 4th stage spiritual herbs, and was extremely valuable. This spirit grass had already been in the spatial ring that Ling Xiao had obtained from the secret realm. Ling Xiao seemed to not care much about this spirit grass, and very casually threw it into the cauldron. Many of the wood attribute deacons in the periphery were very distressed as they watched. Meanwhile, Nangong Changle's eyelids twitched. Is this kid going to refine a 4th stage pill? Yang'an and Zhu Ruchang also noticed the spirit grass in Ling Xiao's hands and sneered in their hearts. You want to refine a 4th stage pill? Maybe in your next life. They all knew how large the amount of spiritual power needed to refine a 4th stage pill was. Moreover, when they refined a 4th stage beast core, if they couldn't stop the loss of energy, it would only be a waste of spirit grass in the end. It was impossible to refine a 4th stage pill. Otherwise, they would already be 4th stage alchemists. As for Ling Xiao being able to refine a 3rd stage pill, they all felt that it must have been a fluke. Now that Ling Xiao was refining a 4th stage pill, they all felt that Ling Xiao was an idiot who was too arrogant. However, was Ling Xiao really someone who was arrogant and outwardly strong but inwardly weak? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't waste his breath explaining to them because he would only use his actions to prove his ability. After the viridescent lotus grass was refined by the blue flame, another spirit grass appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. However, this spirit grass wasn't as eye-catching as the viridescent lotus grass. Instead, it seemed very ordinary, and most people would probably treat it as a weed. However, Nangong Changle, who was used to seeing high-level spirit grass, immediately recognized that the spirit grass in Ling Xiao's hand was a high-level 4th stage camphor tail grass. Camphor tail grass usually grew at the peak of the peak where spiritual power was dense. It was very similar to normal green tail grass, and people without good eyesight wouldn't be able to recognize it. Its effects were even better than the viridescent lotus grass. It could condense a large amount of wood attribute energy and increase the speed of absorption. An ordinary low-level wood attribute spirit master would only need to use 1 camphor tail grass to break through to intermediate spirit master in a short amount of time. Even if a king-level expert used it, the medicinal effects would be very obvious. However, although the medicinal effects of the camphor tail grass were astonishing, this kind of spirit grass was extremely rare. Moreover, it was always guarded by a high-level 4th-stage green-tail snake. Even a king-level expert wouldn't dare to rashly covet the camphor tail grass. Nangong Chengal really couldn't understand why Ling Xiao had such a high-level spirit grass. This kind of spirit grass was probably rare even in the Spirit Herb Hall. Even if the Spirit Herb Hall had it, the amount of Xian crystals needed to purchase it would be frighteningly high. He didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to buy it. He became more and more suspicious of whether or not Ling Xiao had had some sort of fortuitous encounter in the half-year that he had disappeared. Nangong Chengal wasn't the only one who recognized the camphor tail grass. All of the elders seated above also recognized it. After all, they were all great figures who had seen a lot of things. If they couldn't even recognize the camphor tail grass, then it would be in vain for them to be called elders. Xiao Songlin, who was sitting among the elders, once again chuckled and said, "This kid is getting more and more interesting." Muan, who was behind Xiao Songlin, thought that his master had seen through the pill that Ling Xiao was refining. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you know what pill Ling Xiao is refining?" "Little N, you failed me. I'm not an alchemist, so how would I know what pill that little guy is refining?" Xiao Songlin said with a benevolent smile. Muan smiled awkwardly. "I thought that master was experienced and knowledgeable enough to recognize it." "We'll know what pill this little guy is giving to little Huai later," Xiao Songlin said as his old eyes once again landed on Ling Xiao. After refining the camphor tail grass, Ling Xiao threw in a few more high-level 4th-stage spirit grass. All of the elders who were watching were dumbstruck. They really didn't expect that a small middle-stage spirit master would actually be so rich. Every single one of those spirit grass would probably cause a bloodbath, but in the eyes of others, they were very common. "Phew, I'm finally done refining." Ling Xiao let out a small sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He then took a few pills to recover his energy and threw in a high-level 4th-stage beast core. Impossible. That bastard can't be refining a 4th-stage pill. Chang stared at the spirit grass and beast core that Ling Xiao had thrown in. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was refining a 4th-stage pill. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about other people's belief. Waves of mental energy began to be drawn out from his mind. The energy of a high-level 4th-stage beast core was enormous. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to be careless. Fortunately, he had the help of mental energy, the blue demon flame, and the heaven-stage obsidian cauldron. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to refine this high-level beast core and prevent the beast core's energy from spreading. The moment the beast core was refined, everyone held their breath. The spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's entire body surged like a tide, all of it pressing down on the medicine cauldron. Rumble. The sound of the cauldron exploding this time was unceasing. Even those who had reached the spirit master level felt their ears ringing. Ling Xiao, who was next to the medicine cauldron, naturally didn't have it easy. His entire body was shaken until he retreated over 10 steps. The clothes on his upper body were all torn, revealing his shining golden body. "Xiao. Mu Huai couldn't help but cry out. If it wasn't for his status, he probably would have flown towards Ling Xiao. However, although he didn't do so, someone else did it for him. The first to run out to show concern for Ling Xiao was naturally his brother, Hua Xiaogui. "Boss, you didn't die, right?" Hua Xiaogui looked worriedly at Ling Xiao. One had to know that the sound of the explosion just now had almost sent his soul flying. "How can you say that with your black mouth?" Yu Yanlai also ran out from the crowd and glared at Hua Xiaogui. She then ran to Ling Xiao's side and looked at Ling Xiao, who was still standing. His strong and sturdy body was emitting a dazzling golden light. Her heart couldn't help but beat nonstop for no reason. "I'm fine." Ling Xiao hurriedly took out a healing pill from his space ring, wanting to immediately suppress his churning blood and internal organs. He thought to himself, the rebound energy from a high-grade pill is really powerful. Even the 5 transformation technique of the Vajra almost couldn't withstand it. However, at this moment, a clear fragrance assailed his nostrils. 2 sparkling pills were handed to Ling Xiao. "Xiao, hurry up and take them." Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly. He raised his tiger-like eyes to look at the beauty in front of him. "Mengqi, why did you come here?" Ling Xiao really hadn't expected that Yin Mingqi would show concern for him in such a public place. This caused his heart to be filled with joy, as if the internal injuries he had suffered just now were no longer as painful as before. What's the point of saying so much? Take the pill first. Yin Mingqi glared at Ling Xiao before placing the pill into Ling Xiao's hand, and once again flying back to the viewing platform. This time everyone was completely dumbfounded. The sect master's daughter, Yin Mingqi, was actually showing concern for Ling Xiao in front of so many people. This caused them to feel even more incredulous. Could it be that the goddess in their hearts was also yearning for love? Yu Lian looked at the dazed Ling Xiao and pouted. If you keep looking, you're going to start drooling. Ling Xiao laughed dryly before regaining his composure and swallowing the pill. Little turtle, I'm fine. You two go back first. Ling Xiao smiled and then walked back to his cauldron. At this time, everyone finally recovered from their shock. They were all looking forward to finding out whether or not Ling Xiao had really refined a 4th-grade pill. Chapter 262. Zhu Ruchang and Yang'an, who were at the side, prayed in their hearts, "Please don't succeed." None of them wanted Ling Xiao to refine a Tier 4 pill in front of them. Otherwise, their limelight would definitely be completely overshadowed by Ling Xiao, and their confidence would definitely suffer a serious blow. Even Nangong Chengal and Chao Nanxian had the same thought in their hearts. On the other hand, Hua Xiaogui was extremely looking forward to Ling Xiao succeeding. The elders on the viewing platform and the surrounding deacons watched as Ling Xiao walked towards the medicinal cauldron step by step. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, as this was the time for them to witness a miracle. Ling Xiao took out a green pill that was the size of 2 thumbs from the medicinal cauldron. This pill emitted a rich medicinal effect, and it circulated with a brilliant divine light, giving off a very holy and unadorned feeling. The moment the pill was lifted up by Ling Xiao, it immediately caused an uproar. Did he really refine a Tier 4 pill? This is too crazy. That's right, how old is Master Ling? He doesn't seem to be even 20 years old. How could he be so powerful? A genius. With Master Ling's talent, our Purple Sky sect will also have a 5th-grade alchemist in the near future. That's right, our Purple Sky sect will become famous in the Great Northwest because of Master Ling. All of the deacons expressed their opinions on Ling Xiao at this moment. Ling Xiao held the pill with a charming smile on his face. He put away the obsidian cauldron and slowly walked towards Mu Huai. At this time, all of the elders on the viewing platform stood up. They looked at the pill in Ling Xiao's hand with a burning gaze, and all of them had the desire to snatch it over to take a look. Ling Xiao bowed and handed the pill over to Mu Huai, saying respectfully, "Master, this is a high-quality King Jin pill. It should be able to allow Master to advance by 1 level without a problem, and it doesn't have many side effects. I hope Master will accept it." King Advancement Pill. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, all the seated elders shot to their feet with a whoosh. They stared fixedly at the dazzling pill in Ling Xiao's hands. Their faces burned with desire, and their breathing became ragged. Clearly, they all knew what grade the King Jin pill was. Even the sect master Yin Xiong lost his composure and impatiently asked, "Can I have a look at Ling Xiao first?" Ling Xiao held the pill and looked at Mu Huai awkwardly. Only then did Mu Huai return to his senses. He immediately snatched the pill from Ling Xiao's hand and respectfully handed it to Yin Xiong. "Sect Master, please take a look." Yin Xiong carefully looked at the pill that was emitting a rich medicinal energy and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The surrounding elders focused their gazes on Yin Xiong's hand. They all looked about the same as Yin Xiong. "Sect Master, you better be careful." Mu Huai looked at Yin Xiong's appearance, and his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that Yin Xiong would swallow the pill that his disciple had given him. After all, Yin Xiong had the dual attributes of water and wood, so this King Advancement pill was extremely tempting to him. Yin Xiong knew that he had lost his composure, and his old face turned slightly red. He then handed it over to Nangong Chengal and said, "Elder Nangong, come and see if this is really the King Advancement pill." When Nangong Chengal heard Yin Xiong's words, His heart seemed to be fiercely clenched. However, he still braced himself and took the pill. Looking at the pill that was glowing with a green light in his palm, whether it was famous or medicinal power, it was excellent. Nangong Changle handed the pill over to Mu Huai and lightly said, "This is indeed the legendary top-notch 4th grade King Advancement pill." Although Nangong Changle's words were not loud, everyone present was an expert and had extraordinary hearing. Everyone heard Nangong Changle's words, and for a moment, everyone was in an uproar. A top-notch 4th grade King Advancement pill. Doesn't that mean that Grandmaster Ling is already a true 4th grade alchemist? Aren't you spouting nonsense? We saw Grandmaster Ling refine the pill with our own eyes. How can this be fake? No, I must ask Grandmaster Ling to accept me as his follower. In the future, I will definitely have the chance to step into the king stage. Brother is right, I also want to be Grandmaster Ling's follower. He can actually refine a top-notch 4th grade pill. And he can even refine a king advancement pill. These 2 pills are things that even Elder Nangong is unable to refine. Hey, keep your voice down. It's not that Elder Nangong can't refine it, but he lacks the pill formula. It must be known that pill formulas that reach the 4th grade are extremely rare. And even if one has profound crystals, it would be difficult to buy them. It's said that only those sects above the 7th grade have the qualifications to possess them. Everyone believed that Ling Xiao had refined a 4th grade pill, the King Advancement pill, but there was one person who did not believe it. No, it's absolutely impossible. How could this damned bastard refine a King Advancement pill? I don't believe it. For a moment, Ru Chong felt that he could not believe this was the truth, and his mind tried its best to resist it. He let out a strange cry and pounced towards Mu Huai like a madman. No one had expected that Ru Chong would make such a crazy move, and no one was prepared for it. Mu Huai was also in his most excited state. Suddenly, his hand became empty, and the pill disappeared. Haha, what kind of lousy pill is this? How could it be a 4th grade pill? Let me taste it and I'll know if it's fake. Ru Chong looked at the pill and laughed crazily. Immediately after, he made a shocking move and actually threw the pill into his mouth. Bastard! Mu Huai roared. This was a great gift from his obedient disciple, so how could he let someone else eat it? Moreover, this was related to his advancement. The value of this pill was extremely important to him, but now it was going to fall into someone else's mouth. Unfortunately, even if he immediately imprisoned Zhu Ru Chong, he would not be able to stop Ru Chong from swallowing the pill. Everyone was dumbfounded. This shocking change was too sudden, and no one had come back to their senses. Seeing that the pill was about to fall into Zhu Ru Chang's mouth, everyone's heart ached. At this moment, a vigorous voice shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you steal my disciple's item?" As the voice sounded, there was suddenly a huge pressure in the surroundings, as if the surrounding spiritual energy had stopped flowing at this moment. Looking at Zhu Ru Chong, he had been thrown dozens of meters away by an invisible pressure, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The pill that was about to fall into his mouth flew back in a direction. "It's the previous elder." The attendants outside exclaimed in the direction of the pill. That's right, the person who snatched back the pill was the previous elder of Wood Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin. Xiao Songlin took the pill and sniffed it, then laughed happily. Not bad, not bad. It is indeed the King Jin pill. This time Xiao Huai is in luck. Mu'en, who was on Xiao Songlin's body, swallowed his saliva and said to Xiao Songlin, "Master, can this King Jin pill?" Before Mu'en could finish, Xiao Songlin glared at him and said, "This is a gift from that child Xiao Xiao, to your junior brother. If you're not embarrassed, you can take it." After hearing this, Mu'en laughed dryly and scratched the back of his head like a naughty child, not saying anything else. No one would laugh at Mu'en, who was already over 100 years old. If it was them, they would probably lose their composure even more than Mu'en. On the other side, Yun Xiong shouted unhappily, "Men, carry Elder Zhu down and throw him into the prison mountain." Yun Xiong was the sect master after all, and Zhu Ru Chong had actually snatched Mu Huai's pill in front of him and the previous elder. If he wasn't severely punished, it would be difficult to convince the masses. Nangong Changle quickly ran out and bowed to Yun Xiong begging, "Sect master, Please spare my junior brother. I think he also acted on impulse. Please show mercy, sect master. Yang'an and Chaonan both stepped forward and begged for Zhu Ruchang. After all, there weren't many people in their medicine peak. Although Zhu Ruchang had committed the crime of offending them, he was still part of their medicine peak. If they didn't stand up, then Zhu Ruchang would be crippled for the rest of his life. Yin Xiong looked at Mu Huai awkwardly. After all, Nangong Chengle's position in the sect wasn't low, so he had to give him face. However, the pill was Mu Huai's, so it was better to let him make the decision. What's the use of keeping such a narrow-minded person in the sect? Mu Huai coldly snorted. His words were not only to feel injustice for Ling Xiao, but also because he was holding back a belly full of anger. That was a top 4th grade King Jin pill. A top grade pill that couldn't be bought even with profound crystals. It was almost destroyed by Zhu Ruchang, so he definitely wouldn't let Zhu Ruchang off so easily. When Nangong Chengle heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that his junior brother had gone too far, so he was too embarrassed to beg for mercy on his behalf. Just as Yin Xiong was about to send him away, Ling Xiao stood up and bowed to Yin Xiong. Sect master, please spare Elder Zhu. I think he didn't mean it just now. At this time, the nearby elders all looked at Ling Xiao with puzzled expressions. They all knew that Ling Xiao's expulsion from Medicine Peak was single-handedly caused by Zhu Ruchang. They all knew that Zhu Ruchang was extremely unhappy with Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should hate Zhu Ruchang to the bone, and he should be eager for Zhu Ruchang to be sent to the prison mountain. However, they didn't expect that the one who would stand up for Zhu Ruchang would be Ling Xiao himself. Ling Xiao continued to speak calmly. Actually, a 4th grade pill is nothing. As long as there are enough spirit herbs, it won't be a problem to refine it again. Even if Zhu Ruchang consumed it, he wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash of the powerful medicinal power. Now that he has learned his lesson, I believe he will come to his senses. So let's just forget about it, master. Don't you think so? Mu Huai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud and said, Yes, sect master, I think we should forget about it. Elder Zhu is a pillar of our Purple Sky sect, and he was just muddle-headed for a moment. I think we should spare him this time. Mu Huai was overjoyed. On the surface, it looked like Ling Xiao was letting Zhu Ruchang go, but in reality, he was letting Zhu Ruchang live under the disdain of everyone in the sect. This was even better than directly killing him. Of course, others might not think so far ahead. Yin Xiong looked at Ling Xiao in admiration, then said in a clear voice, Since that's the case, then punish him by removing him from his position as Elder Zhu Ruchang. He will stay in Medicine Peak for 10 years, and he will not be allowed to come out until he reaches the 4th grade alchemist realm. With regards to Yin Xiong's decision, Nangong Chengle and the others no longer had any interest in discussing it. However, Yang'an didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao at all. Alright, then let's announce the conferring ceremony for Master Ling Xiao. Yin Xiong said in a clear voice. Conferring ceremony? This time, everyone revealed looks of astonishment and envy. Chapter 263. What is the conferment ceremony? Ling Xiao asked his master, Mu Huai, in a daze. Mu Huai caressed his old beard and said with a smile, You'll know in a while. Ling Xiao didn't know what gourd medicine Mu Huai was selling, but at this moment, everyone looked at him with a different expression. The Jade Spring Pavilion's pavilion master, Wen Haiyan, brought her daughter, Wen Qidi, to Ling Xiao and said with a smile, Master Ling Xiao, congratulations. Senior brother Mu has truly accepted a good disciple. If I had known earlier, I would have fought for it as well. Elder Wen is too kind, Ling Xiao said modestly, but he was even more puzzled in his heart. Following that, Wen Haiyan and Mu Huai began to exchange pleasantries. Wen Qidi had a crafty smile on her face as she walked in front of Ling Xiao with her hands behind her back. A clear fragrance assailed his nose as she chuckled and said, We meet again. I didn't expect you to be so good at alchemy other than breaking formations. I really admire you. Ling Xiao looked at the pure and cute Wen Qidi in front of him and said with a smile, Junior sister, you flatter me. To be honest, Ling Xiao had a deep impression of Wen Qidi. Before going to the Flame Valley, Nangong Changle had sent him and Hua Xiaogui to the Green Pavilion Spring to retrieve the 1,000-year green pond grass, and walked into the Plum Blossom Maze. Originally, Ling Xiao could easily break through the array, but who knew that Wen Qidi would create an obstacle for him, wanting to keep them inside the Plum Blossom Maze. Fortunately, Ling Xiao knew a little about array diagrams, otherwise, he would have been played to death by this little girl. Although this little girl looked pretty good. She was indeed a little witch who would not pay with her life. When Qidi's body leaned slightly forward towards Ling Xiao, her bulging breasts almost touching Ling Xiao's chest, she said with hidden bitterness, "You promised me back then that you would take me out to play, but it's been so long, and you still haven't come to find me." When Qidi's appearance was like a spoiled little wife, causing people to feel extremely sorry for her. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly. He took half a step back and said, "Senior brother, aren't you busy?" He really couldn't understand what this little girl was trying to do. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to this young master? "That's good. In 2 days, you must come and find me to play. Otherwise, I will make you suffer." Wen Kudai pouted her tender lips and said, "Junior sister Wen, did he bully you?" A clear and melodious voice rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He immediately put on his most handsome smile and looked at the person who had come. "Mengqi. Senior apprentice Sister Yin, you've come. I just wanted this idiot to come and play with me. He promised me before, so you have to be my witness. If he doesn't come and play with me, then you have to help me teach him a lesson." When Qidi took 2 steps forward and hugged Yin Mingqi's arm, Yin Mingqi glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, junior sister Wen. Junior brother Ling wouldn't dare to go back on his word." "Huh? I definitely won't go back on my word. When the time comes, senior apprentice sister Yin will accompany us," laughed Ling Xiao. Looking at Yin Mingqi, who was no longer avoiding him, Ling Xiao's mood finally became better. "All right, let's stop chatting for now. The conferring ceremony is about to begin. Congratulations, junior brother Ling." Yin Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. At this time, 8 bronze drums were placed on the plaza. In front of the drums, there were 8 disciples continuously beating the drums. Dong dong. All the inner sect deacons standing in the martial arts practice field separated and stood on both sides. The elders also stood up one by one in order. Su Jiannan, who was standing next to Yun Xiong, loudly shouted, "The conferring ceremony begins." Ooh. Just as Su Jiannan's voice fell, the disciples holding the bugle horns began to blow. Everyone present became solemn and solemn. When the bugle horn sounded, Su Jiannan continued to shout, "I invite 68th generation disciple Ling Xiao to come forward for the conferring ceremony." Hearing this, Ling Xiao could only brace himself and walk towards the center of the stage. He had never heard of a conferring ceremony for becoming a true disciple. In his heart, he thought, could it be that because I am young and capable, this is a precedent? Since Ling Xiao couldn't understand, he didn't bother thinking about it. In any case, he knew that this should be a good thing and not a bad thing. When Ling Xiao walked in front of the elders, Su Jiannan said, "Ling Xiao, kneel for the conferring ceremony." Ling Xiao had no choice but to kneel in front of Yun Xiong, who was sitting in the middle. In his heart, he thought, no matter what, you are my future father-in-law. Kneeling to you shouldn't be considered a loss. If Yin Xiong heard Ling Xiao's words, he would probably skin him alive. Yin Xiong stood up and said in a deep voice, "Ling Xiao, you are the 68th generation disciple of our sect. It is your honor and our sect's honor. Today, you have reached the level 3 and 4 alchemist level. According to the rules of our sect, you will be appointed as the head elder of the 67th and 68th generation, the head alchemist master, and the cabinet elder of our sect. You will be rewarded with a courtyard, 10 guards, 10 maids, and 5,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. You will be qualified to participate in the important business meeting of your peak, and the important business meeting of the sect. You will be qualified to cultivate in the gathering spirit peak." Following Yun Xiong's announcement, the more Ling Xiao listened, the more surprised he became. He didn't expect that he would be directly selected as an elder because he refined the king advancement step, and would also enjoy all kinds of privileges. He only felt that this happiness came too suddenly. After Yun Xiong finished his announcement, he walked to the deacon who was holding the tray, took a robe off the tray and walked towards Ling Xiao. Coming to Ling Xiao, Yun Xiong lightly shook the robe. Then he personally put it on Ling Xiao and said, "Congratulations to Elder Ling for becoming the youngest elder in our sect's history." Ling Xiao bowed and replied, "Thank you, sect head, for the reward. Alright, stand up. Remember to contribute more to the sect in the future and raise the sect's prestige." Yun Xiong praised as he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. The moment Ling Xiao stood up, all the deacons and disciples bowed towards Ling Xiao and congratulated. "Congratulations, Elder Ling. Congratulations, Elder Ling." An earth-shattering voice resounded through the sky. As Ling Xiao enjoyed the crowd's applause, the various elders all walked towards Ling Xiao. Su Jiannan was the first to cup his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Elder Ling is truly a young hero. Now that you've arrived in front of us, you will definitely raise the sect's prestige in the future." Many thanks for Elder Su's praise. Ling Xiao really doesn't deserve it, Ling Xiao replied modestly. Zhao Mingyuan also walked up and smiled. "Elder Ling is truly an outstanding talent. You really make us old men speechless." "Isn't that right? You're not even 20 years old yet. If my useless disciple has even half of your achievements, I'll be happy." Black Cliff Peak's Peak Lord Gusher laughed. The elders of the various peaks surrounded Ling Xiao and congratulated him unceasingly. Only Nangong Changle, who had the herbalism physique, couldn't bring himself to say anything. He sighed, shook his head, and quietly left. Only now did he realize how big of a mistake it was to chase Ling Xiao out of Medicine Peak a few days ago. Originally, half of today's glory belonged to him, but he had given it all to Mu Qifeng. At the same time, he had also been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Ling Xiao. His Medicine Peak's face had truly been thrown away by his junior brother. If he had been a bit more forceful and ignored his junior brother Zhu Ruchang's opposition, and still allowed Ling Xiao to stay under his Medicine Peak, then the current situation would have been completely different. Their Medicine Peak would have definitely ushered in its peak. Unfortunately, all of this had nothing to do with them. After Nangong Changle left, Yang'an and Chao Nanxian also left. Originally, Hua Xiaogui wanted to go up and say something to Ling Xiao, but he knew that his status wasn't enough to be compared to those elders. He could only come back later to congratulate his boss. After a round of congratulations, Su Jiannan dismissed all of the attendants and disciples, leaving only the Purple Sky Sect's elders and a few of their relatives on the practice field. Yun Xiong returned to his seat and smiled. "Today, I've witnessed Elder Ling's heavenly talent. The heavens have truly blessed our sect. Elder Ling, this sect master will now give you an additional reward. You can make any request of this sect, and as long as this sect is able to do it, we will do our best to satisfy you." Yun Xiong made up his mind that no matter what, he had to make Ling Xiao stay in the Purple Sky sect. At such a young age, he had reached the middle stage spirit master level, and he was also a genuine 4th grade alchemist. This kind of rare genius definitely had to be of use to the Purple Sky sect. He definitely couldn't be allowed to leave the Purple Sky sect. When Ling Xiao heard Yun Xiong's words, his eyes revealed a burning gaze, and he looked towards Yun Mingqi, who was beside Yun Xiong. Yun Mingqi just so happened to meet Ling Xiao's gaze, and her heart inexplicably began to race. Could it be that he wants to? Ling Xiao's words interrupted Yun Mingqi's thoughts, and he said to Yun Xiong, reporting to Sect Master, "Ling Xiao does have a request that Sect Master would like to agree to." "Oh, tell me about it. As long as this Sect Master can do it, I'll definitely help you." Yun Xiong was slightly astonished. He really hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so honest and actually have a request. Ling Xiao earnestly requests Sect Master to marry senior apprentice sister Yun to me. Ling Xiao once again knelt to Yun Xiong. He had waited for this moment for a long time, and he finally had the qualifications to say these words to everyone. He definitely had to let everyone in the sect know that Yun Mingqi was his woman. All of the seated elders were startled. They hadn't expected Ling Xiao to make such a request. On the other hand, Xiao Songlin had a benevolent smile on his face. Mingqi isn't bad, and she's a good match for Ling Xiao. Mu Huai really hadn't expected his master to support Ling Xiao. and his heart immediately blossomed with joy. If Ling Xiao really managed to marry the sect master's daughter, then as his master, he would also be greatly honored. Yin Xiong was slightly startled, but his face didn't reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. He said, with Elder Ling's status and natural talent, he is indeed a good match for Mengqi. He then paused for a moment before continuing, but for such an important matter like marriage, we should still respect Mengqi's decision first. Yin Xiong turned to his daughter and lovingly said, Mengqi, do you agree to Elder Ling's request? Following Yin Xiong's question, Ling Xiao nervously looked at Yin Mengqi. For the past 2 years, he had set Yin Mengqi as his goal. Now, with his status, it wasn't as if he hadn't humiliated Yin Mengqi. He really wanted to hear Yin Mengqi admit that she was his woman. Just as Yin Mengqi was about to reply, someone broke the silence. I don't agree to Elder Ling's request. Mengqi can't marry you. If she wants to marry someone, she can only marry me. Chapter 264. All of the elders looked towards the person who spoke. Su Jiannan's face was filled with displeasure as he shouted, don't be rude. The one who had just spoken was Su Jiannan's son Sui. Sui didn't shut his mouth after hearing his father's words. Instead, he boldly stood up and looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Elder Ling, Mengqi will not marry you. You should give up on this idea because she only belongs to me, Sui. Ling Xiao slowly stood up and met Suyi's gaze. Whether Mengqi marries me or not, I don't have the final say. You also don't have the final say. Only Mengqi has the final say. Mengqi, are you willing to marry me? Ling Xiao avoided Suyi's gaze and very tenderly asked Yin Mengqi. Yin Mengqi's body slightly trembled. Then she also stood up and walked in front of Ling Xiao. Back then, I said that as long as your strength can catch up to mine, I will marry you. Now that you have become an elder of the sect, your strength can't compare to mine, so... Yin Mengqi hadn't even finished speaking when Ling Xiao's heart tightened and his hands were tightly clenched. Sui laughed at the side. Elder Ling, did you hear that? Mengqi doesn't like you, so please respect her decision in the future. Sui thought to himself. You want to steal my woman? Don't even think that you can be arrogant just because you are a 4th-rank alchemist. Who would have thought that Yin Mengqi's words would suddenly change and she would say in a very gentle voice, so right now I don't want to marry you, but I will wait until the day you surpass me. Then I will be your bride. Then she made the boldest move of her life. She leaned forward slightly, and her beautiful lips touched Ling Xiao's thick lips. Then, she quickly flew away from the scene. When Yin Mengqi had already disappeared, Ling Xiao came back to his senses and shouted in the direction that Yin Mengqi flew. Mengqi, just you wait, I will definitely catch up to you soon. Although Yin Mengqi didn't agree to marry Ling Xiao, she used her actions to prove her feelings for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already experienced it. Yin Mengqi's words also meant that she hoped that he would continue to strive to become stronger. Sui stood there and glared angrily at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I want to duel with you. Don't make a fuss. Quickly apologized to Elder Ling. Su Jiannan immediately stood up and shouted at his son. Dad, didn't you and the sect master already agree that as long as I reached the king realm, she would betroth Mengqi to me? Don't tell me you want to go back on your word. Sui looked at his father, and Yin Xiong unwillingly. Indeed, several years ago, Yin Xiong and Su Jiannan had made an agreement. At that time, Sui had displayed a powerful cultivation of Tenbin, and Yin Xiong had greatly admired Sui. At that time he had joked with Su Jiannan, when little E becomes a king, I'll marry Mengqi to him. Su Jiannan had always remembered this matter, and had used these words to encourage his son to work hard and reach the king realm as soon as possible. But now, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would suddenly interfere and ask Yin Xiong to betroth his daughter to him? Yin Xiong had pushed the boat with the current, and allowed his daughter to make her own decision. He had originally thought that Yin Mengqi wasn't familiar with Ling Xiao, and he also understood his daughter's personality. Most people wouldn't be able to enter her eyes. But who would have thought that his daughter would actually look at Ling Xiao in a different light? She had even kissed Ling Xiao in front of everyone, proving that her love for Ling Xiao wasn't fake. Su Yi's stubbornness had caused Yun Xiong to be at a loss. But fortunately, Su Jianan was tactful and coldly said to his son, "Back then the sect master and I were just joking. Now that the young miss likes Elder Ling, you can forget about it." "No. That's impossible. Mengqi can only be mine," Su Yi fiercely shouted, then turned to look at Ling Xiao. "It's all your fault. I want to fight you to the death." After saying that, he actually pounced towards Ling Xiao. Pow! However, before he could attack Ling Xiao, Su Jianan had already knocked his son out from behind. Then he slightly bowed to Yun Xiong and the other elders, then carried his son back to Golden Tree Peak. "All right, Elder Ling, since Mengqi has chosen you, then you should quickly fulfill her requirements. Otherwise, even if I appear, it will be useless," Yun Xiong said to Ling Xiao, then waved his hand at the elders, indicating that they should all disperse. "Let's go, Shou." Mu Huai called out to Ling Xiao, then turned around and returned to Wooden Flag Peak with his master, Xiao Songlin. Ling Xiao bowed to Yun Xiong and said, "Ling Xiao will remember the sect master's teachings." After saying that, he also turned around and walked back in the direction of Wooden Flag Peak. Yun Xiong looked at Ling Xiao's figure with admiration and muttered, "If he and Mengqi are together, then Mengqi's identity will not be buried." When Ling Xiao returned to Wooden Flag Peak, he was immediately called to the hall of Wooden Flag Peak. Inside the hall, Xiao Songlin sat in the middle, while Mu Huai and Mu En sat on both sides. There were also a few other old men, all of whom were elders of Wooden Flag Peak. As soon as he walked in, Ling Xiao felt a burning gaze. Ling Xiao blushed slightly and said, "Grand Master, don't look at me like that. I don't like men, especially old men." Puff. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, it immediately shocked everyone in the hall. Xiao Songlin narrowed his old eyes and said with a smile, "You're a good child. Xiao Huai has accepted a good disciple." Mu Huai got up, tidied up his clothes and scolded Ling Xiao with a smile. "You little rascal, you actually proposed to the sect master without discussing it with your master. Don't you think it's too reckless?" Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "Actually, I didn't want to propose to the sect master today, but who would have thought that I would become an elder for no reason? Then I might as well explain it to the sect master." "You stinking brat, you got Ping Yi and you're still pretending to be obedient. Fortunately, Miss didn't reject you, or else our Wooden Flag Peak would have lost all face because of you." Mu Huai continued to scold, but anyone could see that he liked Ling Xiao. "Junior brother, don't show off here. Let senior brother say a few words." Mu En seemed to have something urgent and interrupted Mu Huai's words. He then looked at Ling Xiao and hurriedly asked, Xiao, can you still refine the king advancement pill?" He and Mu Huai were fellow disciples of the same sect, and they both had the wood attribute. Both of their strengths had been at the middle stage of the king stage for many years. In terms of strength, he was a bit stronger than Mu Huai. If he had wanted to be the peak lord back then this position would have been his. It was just that he wasn't interested in the position of the peak lord. Now that Mu Huai had obtained the king advancement pill from Ling Xiao, he would be able to directly advance to the high stage of the king stage in a few days and leave him far behind. How could he not be anxious and envious? So now he could only put down his old face and ask Ling Xiao for the king advancement pill. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and replied, "Martial uncle, could it be that you suspect that I'm a fake rank for alchemist?" "No. How could Martial uncle suspect you? We saw you advance with our own eyes." Mu En immediately waved his hand. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Then that's it. I was the one who refined the king advancement pill, so of course I can refine it again. As long as I want to refine it, I can refine as many as I want." "Really? That's great. Then hurry up and help me refine one. Martial uncle will repay you." Mu En excitedly stood up and shouted. The elders on the wooden flag all stepped forward and bowed slightly to Ling Xiao. They said, "Elder Ling, please refine the king advancement pill for us." "Elder Ling, please refine the king advancement pill for us." Hearing this, Ling Xiao's face was filled with black lines. Mu Huai lowered his voice and said, "Don't get too excited. Xiao is my disciple. If there's me, there will definitely be you." It was rare for him, the peak lord, to say such words in such a generous manner. When Ling Xiao heard this again, he almost fell to the ground and died. Xiao Songlin noticed Ling Xiao's expression and lightly snorted. Sit down and listen to what Xiao Xiao has to say. Master, no matter what, I must get Xiao Xiao to refine a king advancement pill for me. I can't fall behind junior brother. Muan was like a naughty child as he looked at Xiao Songlin. Xiao Songlin glared at Muan, then smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, look at your martial uncle, he's like an old child. You should refine one for him. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and replied, Great master, martial uncle, although I can refine the king advancement pill, you should know that I need a lot of spirit herbs, and each of them is extremely precious. Even if I have a collection, I don't have many. When Ling Xiao said this, everyone understood. It turned out that Ling Xiao said that he could refine it, but he didn't have any spirit herbs, so there was no way to refine the king advancement pill. What Ling Xiao said was the truth. The king advancement pill was a 4th grade pill, and every supplementary spirit herb was at least 2nd grade or 3rd grade, while the main spirit herb was at least 4th grade. 2nd grade and 3rd grade spirit herbs were relatively easy to find, but 4th grade spirit herbs were relatively rare. Each of them was extremely precious and not easy to obtain. The reason why Ling Xiao had those 4th grade spirit herbs before was because he had obtained a lot of high-grade spirit herbs from the secret realm of the Earth Emperor stage powerhouse. In addition, when he left Priest City, the High Priest also gave him a large number of precious spirit herbs, which allowed him to refine the king advancement pill for Mu Huai. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he have so many high-grade spirit herbs? Xiao Xiao, what spirit herbs do you need? Martial Uncle has a collection here. Even if Martial Uncle doesn't have it, your great master will definitely have it, Muan said anxiously. Mu Huai looked at his senior brother and couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother, you also have this day, haha. If you laugh again, senior brother will steal your king advancement pill, Muan said unhappily to Mu Huai. For a moment everyone laughed. At the same time, the elders of Wooden Flag Peak all expressed that they had their own collections, and as long as Ling Xiao needed it, he could take it. Their goal was all for the king advancement pill. Xiao Songlin also said, Xiao Xiao, why don't you make a list of the materials you need? And if we see who has them, we'll give them to you. Gathering the spirit herbs shouldn't be a problem. Everyone present was a king stage expert, so their collections were naturally not small. They should be able to gather the spirit herbs for the king advancement pill. After hearing Xiao Songlin's words, Ling Xiao also quickly made a list of spirit herbs. When Ling Xiao was about to give them the list, he suddenly had an idea and revealed an awkward expression. Great master, you also know that refining a 4th grade pill consumes a lot of energy, and it takes a lot of time. Moreover, I'm sure you also know the value of each king advancement pill. It's not a problem for me to refine it for master and martial uncle, but for the others. Chapter 265. When Ling Xiao said this, everyone understood what Ling Xiao wanted. You brat, you really don't get up early if there's no profit. Xiao Songlin smiled and continued, but what you said is not without reason. You should be paid. Otherwise, everyone would look for you to do free labor. That would be a big loss. Muan quickly said, Xiao Xiao, as long as you concoct the King Gene pill for me, you can choose from my collection. You can have as much as you want. How about that? Or you can have mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Martial uncle, you are my martial uncle. How can I accept your reward? As long as you gather the materials, Xiao, or will naturally refine it for you. He then looked at the elders of Wood Flag Peak and said, Elders are also seniors of my Wood Flag Peak, so Xiao, or naturally won't ask for too much. As long as you gather the materials, I will definitely help you refine it. But you should know what to do, right? One of the elders immediately replied, Don't worry, Elderling, we know what to do. As long as Elderling can concoct the King Gene pill for us, you can choose from my collection. Another elder replied, That's right. Although we don't have as much as the Peak Lord, we still have a few good things. If Elderling doesn't like our collection, we can also do things for Elderling. As long as Elderling commands us, we will definitely do it. Another elder said. Afterwards, the others also expressed their opinions. They were willing to put down their pride as kings for a king gene pill. After reaching the king stage, if one wanted to continue advancing, they would need to accumulate energy for a long time. They would also need to absorb a lot of energy from the outside world. Accumulating energy was only a process, and it didn't mean that it would automatically break through after reaching the king stage. They still needed to understand how much energy they could control in order to successfully break through. However, the advantage of the king gene pill was that it could increase their control of their energy and allow them to directly break through to the next stage. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said, "Elders, don't be anxious. Here are the ingredients for refining the king advancement pill. Take out whatever you have, and if you don't, go and collect them as soon as possible. I'll help whoever collects enough first." With that said, he passed the list in his hand to the Wood Flag Peak elder. The elders were like children, constantly fighting to see the grass. It was as if they were afraid that they would suffer a great loss if they didn't see it clearly. Xiao Songlin, Mu Huai, and Mu En, who were sitting on the upper seats, laughed heartily. How many years had it been since their Wood Flag Mountain was this lively? All of this was brought to them by this young man who hadn't even reached the age of 20. They knew that from this moment onwards, this young man would lead their wooden flag body to the peak and overshadow the brilliance of all the other peaks. Xiao Songlin praised Ling Xiao. "Fortunately, this old man snatched you from Medicine Peak. It's their loss that Medicine Peak gave up on you. From now on, you should stay at Wood Flag Peak and cultivate. If anyone dares to bully you, Grand Master will help you take care of them." With that, he flew out of the hall alone and returned to his place of seclusion. Mu Huai saw that his master had left, so he said to everyone, "All right, elders and brothers, when you have gathered the materials, hand them over to eldest brother. I will take Xiao Xiao to his cultivation courtyard first." He then left with Ling Xiao. The cultivation courtyard was a remote area of the Purple Sky sect. It was located in the southeast of Wood Flag Mountain, and it was a place for true disciples. The environment here was very elegant. Low-level spirit grass and spirit beasts could be seen everywhere, and the spirit energy was very abundant. Just walking here would make people feel happy. The courtyard that Ling Xiao was assigned to occupied a slightly larger area than the average courtyard. Mu Huai explained to him that Elder Ling Xiao could have been assigned his own mountain as a place to cultivate, but considering that Ling Xiao was still young, he was allowed to stay here with other true disciples for the time being. It was also convenient for young people to communicate with each other. Ling Xiao was not particular about the place to cultivate. As long as he could get by and the spirit energy was not too scarce, he did not mind cultivating in the cultivation courtyard. At the same time, Mu Huai also told Ling Xiao that there was a mountain not far from the cultivation courtyard. It was the forbidden area of the Purple Sky sect, and it was also the place where the Purple Sky sect had always been prosperous. It was called Spirit Gathering Mountain. There was a spirit gathering formation there, and it was the place with the most abundant spirit energy in the Purple Sky sect. One day of cultivation there was equivalent to 5 days in the outside world. It could be said that the speed of cultivation there was 5 times faster than in the outside world. Every true disciple could cultivate there for 3 months every year, and they could not exceed this time limit. There were nearly 300 true disciples in the Purple Sky sect, and they needed to absorb a lot of spirit energy. If they stayed in the spirit gathering formation all year round, it would cause the spirit energy in the Purple Sky sect to become scarce. Ling Xiao remembered Mu Huai's words. At the same time, he thought to himself that he had to find a chance to go in and take a look. Currently, he was already at the peak of the middle stage Spirit Master, and he was about to break through to the high stage Spirit Master in the near future. Therefore, finding a place with abundant spirit energy to cultivate in seclusion was the most ideal. Alright, you can cultivate here in the future. There are 10 outer disciples and 10 servant girls here for you to order around. You can ask them to do some small things. When your martial uncle has gathered enough materials, I'll have him come again, Mu Huai said. I understand, Master. When I have time, I'll go to the peak to see you. Ling Xiao replied with a nod. You're such a filial child. I like the gift you gave me very much. Once you refine the monarch gene pill for your uncle masters and the others, our wooden flag peak will be the strongest. Mu Huai praised in satisfaction. He then said, "All right, you must be tired. Go and rest first. I'll be heading back first." Xiao respectfully sees master off. Ling Xiao said with a slight bow. "Don't give me that," Mu Huai said with a smile. Just as he was about to take off and leave, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said to Ling Xiao, "You now have the privileges of an elder. When you have time, you can go to the book depository pavilion to take a look. There are many good things there, and perhaps there might be something suitable for you." After saying this, Mu Huai finally left the quiet cultivation courtyard. After Mu Huai left, Ling Xiao immediately ordered the servant girls to prepare a bath and a change of clothes for him. After soaking in clear water for a while, Ling Xiao actually fell asleep in the bucket of water. During this period of time, he was really too tired. When he came out of Flame Valley, he encountered the marriage in Guzhai City. Later, he was chased by the Lao family. When he returned to the sect, he still couldn't find peace and was chased out of Medicine Peak. Today, he finally took revenge on Zhu Ruchang with interest and proposed marriage to Yin Xiong in person. These two matters were solved in one bottle, and his whole person reached an unprecedented state of relaxation. Moreover, he had continuously refined medicinal pellets twice before, and his spiritual force had long been exhausted. Ling Xiao slept for a day and a night. He didn't know that the outside of his courtyard was already full of people, and everyone was waiting for him very patiently. While Ling Xiao was sleeping soundly, in a cultivation place on Jintang Peak, Su Yi was madly bombarding the rock wall in front of him. "Ah, damn bastard, I must kill you." Su Yi seemed to be possessed. He waved his hand and punched out. Each punch was filled with golden spiritual power, and the solid fist shadow hit the rock. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful spiritual power bombarded the rock wall, causing a burst of concentrated explosion sounds. Many stones splashed out and raised a cloud of dust. After venting, Su Yi finally stopped, and his appearance became extremely ferocious and frightening. At this time, a figure appeared behind Su Yi. It was his father, Su Jiannan. "Have you vented enough? If you have, then kneel down." Su Jiannan coldly snorted at his son. "Father, you." Su Yi turned around and clenched his fist, looking at his father in confusion. "Kneel." Su Jiannan coldly snorted again. Su Yi looked at his father's serious face, and his legs trembled. He heavily knelt in front of his father. "Do you know your mistake?" Su Jiannan faintly asked with his hands behind his back. "Father, what did I do wrong?" Su Yi didn't understand and asked back. Su Jiannan ruthlessly said, "Let me ask you, is a woman more important or is strength more important?" Su Yi didn't even think before answering. "Of course strength is the most important." "That's right. With strength, would you still be afraid of not being able to find a woman? That child Meng Qi is indeed not bad, but she has always been displeased with you. Now that Ling Xiao likes her, why not let him have her?" Su Jiannan faintly said. He had high hopes for his son, so he naturally didn't want his son to be trapped by love. Right now he had to wake him up. Su Yi was silent for a while before raising his head and unwillingly saying, "Father, are we just going to give her to Ling Xiao like this? How can he be worthy of Meng Qi?" "Bastard, do you think you're amazing just because you're a high-rank spirit master? Ling Xiao is already a 4th-rank alchemist at such a young age, and he also has the strength of a middle-rank spirit master. In terms of Tenbin, he's countless times stronger than you, and in terms of status, he's already on the same level as me. If I had a daughter, I would definitely marry her off to a handsome young man like Ling Xiao. In any case, you're not allowed to bother Meng Qi in the future. Do you understand?" Su Jiannan angrily explained. "No, I don't understand. Since the sect master told you to marry Meng Qi to me, how could he go back on his word as the sect master? Dad, I'm begging you, can you bring me to the sect master to ask for my hand in marriage?" Su Yi didn't wake up from his father's words. Instead, his thoughts became even more extreme. Su Jiannan's face darkened, and he heavily kicked his kneeling son. "You little bastard, do you still not understand that women are just beautiful skeletons? Once you're strong enough, You can have any kind of woman you want. Is it worth it to offend a fourth-rank alchemist for a woman? Furthermore, I'm still thinking of asking him to help you refine a pill for breaking through to the king level. Do you want to be stuck at the spirit master level for the rest of your life? Su Jiannan angrily cursed. In Su Jiannan's heart, there was nothing more important than his own cultivation base. He wanted his son to understand that only with strength could he obtain everything. Women were just playthings, and he didn't care about them at all. Sui lay on the ground in a daze for a long time. His lax gaze became focused, and he said to his father, "Father, I understand. As long as I break through to the king level, Mengqi will be mine, right? Let's go find Elder Nangong and have him refine a pill for me to break through to the king level." Su Jiannan almost fainted from anger when he heard his son's words. He had wasted so much time, but how could his son still not understand his painstaking efforts? Chapter 266. While Ling Xiao was resting in the quiet academy's courtyard, on her peak, Nangong Changle's expression was extremely desolate as he stood on top of the peak, allowing the cold wind to sway his clothes and make a series of fluttering sounds. The sound of footsteps broke the silence here. Nangong Changle didn't even turn his head as he said, "Xiaogui, you're here." The person who came was his disciple and godson, Hua Xiaogui. "Grandpa Nangong, are you looking for me?" Hua Xiaogui asked after slightly bowing towards Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle turned around and slightly nodded his head as he said, "Grandpa might have to close up for a period of time. During this period of time, you should properly study the alchemy manual that I gave you and properly improve your alchemy skills, understand?" Hua Xiaogui replied. "Xiaogui will definitely properly practice." "That's good," Nangong Changle replied, then lightly sighed and said, "Xiaogui, is Grandpa's eyes blurred from old age? Did he really expel your senior brother Ling from her peak?" Hua Xiaogui revealed a complicated expression as he said, "Grandpa, you were also bewitched by the elders, otherwise you wouldn't have done this." Nangong Changle lightly shook his head and said, "No, this is Grandpa's decision. Otherwise, even if your martial uncles strongly opposed it, I would still have kept your senior brother Ling." Hua Xiaogui was puzzled by Nangong Changle's words. He had originally thought that his grandfather had been incited by Zhu Ruchang to expel Ling Xiao from her peak. Nangong Changle continued, "Your senior brother Ling is a disciple of two masters. Half of his time is spent on concocting medicine, and the other half is spent on cultivating. Although he is outstanding in both areas, I feel that his achievements will be limited if he splits his attention between two things. Furthermore, Grandfather has always hoped that you will inherit my legacy. Do you know that? However, I've discovered that I've still underestimated your senior Ling's Tenbin. I presume that when he entered the sect, he was already a grade 3 alchemist. Otherwise, how could he have such a high success rate? Normally, in order to reach grade 4, one would need to reach the king level. But now, your senior Ling has reached grade 4 at the spirit master level, and the quality of the pills he has refined are not any worse than your grandfather's. With his current growth rate, in less than 5 years, perhaps he will reach a realm that your grandfather will find difficult to reach. He really can be called a ghost of an alchemist, but your grandfather, I forced such a ghost out of Medicine Peak. If I'm not blind, then what is?" Nangong Changle said self-deprecatingly, his heart filled with an indescribable bitterness. "Grandfather, why don't we ask Senior Ling to come back?" Hua Xiaogui suggested. He knew that his grandfather was currently regretting the decision he had made back then. Nangong Changle smiled bitterly and said, "That's impossible. Your senior Ling is full of pride, and he definitely won't come back. Grandfather can't put down his old face and ask him to return to Medicine Peak." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I just hope that you can continue to maintain a good relationship with your senior Ling like before. This might be of great benefit to you in the future." "Grandfather, don't worry. I know what to do," Hua Xiaogui replied. He didn't need Nangong Changle to say anything. In his heart, he had already regarded Ling Xiao as his boss. Within the quiet cultivation courtyard, A large portion of the purple sky sect's inner court attendants had gathered. Among them, there were also quite a few elders from the various peaks. All of them had nervous expressions on their faces as they waited for something. Just how long is Elder Ling going to rest? One of the attendants asked impatiently. Following that, another person added, "Isn't that right? I've already been waiting here for a long time. He's just too arrogant." Youngsters have always been somewhat arrogant. Let's wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, then we'll just have to force our way in. Each and every one of them became more and more impatient. Stop arguing. If you don't have the patience, then scram. No one told you to wait here. The inner court attendant, Chief Steward Xing Zhantian, shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone obediently shut their mouths. Xing Zhantian was their leader, and at the same time he was half a step into the king's stage. No one dared to offend him. Just at this moment, two figures descended from the sky. Greetings, Elder Mu, Elder Zhang. The attendants greeted the two people who had just arrived. These two people were Ling Zhao's martial uncle, Muan, and Scarlet Flame Peak's Elder Zhongli. What's going on? Muan looked at the dozens of people in front of him in confusion. An elder from Black Rock Peak pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Muan. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Mu, you've come at the right time. We were all waiting for Elder Ling to come out." Hearing this, Muan knew what these people were here for. He frowned and said, "Xiao Xiao is really something. How could he let you guys wait here? I'll go in and scold him." The Black Rock Peak elder smiled and said, "Senior Brother Mu is too serious. We all volunteered to wait here. Elder Ling must be too tired and needs to meditate. That's why we didn't go in and disturb him." Muan understood when he heard this, but he still waved at the outer court disciple who was on duty in the courtyard and said, "Go quickly, Elder Ling is calling him out." The disciple didn't dare to be careless. He bowed slightly and ran to Ling Zhao's room to call him out. When Ling Xiao walked out of his room, he found that his courtyard was full of people. He couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked the outer court disciple next to him. The outer court disciple said, "They're all looking for Elder Ling." Ling Xiao slightly frowned and waved his hand to let the outer court disciple leave. He then walked towards Muan and the other deacons. "Look, Elder Ling is out." A deacon saw Ling Xiao and immediately cried out in surprise. For a moment, all the deacons bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. "You've just become an elder and you're putting on airs. You made so many people wait for you here." Muan reprimanded. Ling Xiao bowed slightly and then said to Muan, "Martial uncle, what are you talking about? I consumed too much energy refining pills yesterday and fell asleep. I didn't know that everyone was waiting here." He paused for a moment and asked, "By the way, elders and deacons, why are you looking for Ling Xiao? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Muan asked. "I really don't know. Martial uncle, please explain." Ling Xiao was confused. "All right, I don't care about you. Let them tell you what's going on." Muan saw that Ling Xiao was stunned and believed that he still didn't know what was going on. He didn't say anything more and let him handle it himself. As soon as Muan said this, one of the deacons immediately called out, "Elder Ling, please refine a king rudiment pill for me." "Elder Ling, please refine a king rudiment pill for me." "Elder Ling, please refine a king rudiment pill for me." For a moment, the deacons all crowded towards Ling Ji and called out. Ling Xiao finally knew what they were talking about. "Everyone calm down first. You should go to Medicine Peak to refine pills. Why did you come to me?" Ling Xiao said gloomily. The deacons in front of him were all high-spirit masters. They all wanted Ling Xiao to refine a grade 4 king rudiment pill for them. The king rudiment pill could increase a high-spirit master's chances of breaking through to the king level by 50%. Even if they failed, their strength wouldn't be affected. One of the deacons replied, "Only Elder Nangong can refine a grade 4 pill, but he doesn't have the recipe for a king rudiment pill. Elder Ling, please refine one for us. Elder Ling, please refine one for us." The deacons all bowed towards Ling Xiao and called out in unison. Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. He thought gloomily, "Is a grade 4 pill really that easy to refine?" At this moment, Xing Zhantian walked up to Ling Xiao and cupped his hands. Elder Ling, everyone has been stuck at the spirit master level for many years. Please help us. Ling Xiao shook his head and said clearly, Deacons, you can go back first. Although I can refine a grade 4 pill, you should know how many spirit herbs are needed to refine a single one. Do you think I have that many spirit herbs in my collection? Moreover, every time I refine a grade 4 pill, I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to help me for now. Listening to Ling Xiao's words, everyone wore a distressed expression. They had originally thought that since Ling Xiao could refine a grade 4 king advancement pill, it shouldn't be a problem for him to refine a king rudiment pill that was slightly inferior to the king advancement pill. However, they had ignored the spirit herbs that Ling Xiao had mentioned. Every 4th grade medicinal pill required the consumption of a large number of high-level spirit grasses. Moreover, every spirit grass was extremely precious. How could Ling Xiao have so many in his collection? At this moment, Mu'en stood up and said, Everyone go back first. Elder Ling can't refine pills for you for now. After all, refining pills is a matter for Medicine Peak, and Elder Ling can't exceed his authority. If you really need Elder Ling to refine pills, you must first ask the sect leader. At this moment, all of the deacons' faces drooped and they left Ling Xiao's courtyard dejectedly. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. If he had to refine so many pills at once, he probably wouldn't have the time to cultivate. This wasn't something that Ling Xiao wanted to see. After all, Yun Mengqi had already acknowledged his existence in front of everyone. As long as he surpassed her, she would marry him. Thus he had to increase his cultivation speed. Watching the deacons leave one by one, Ling Xiao caught a glimpse of Xing Zhantian, who was walking at the back. He immediately transmitted a message to him. Deacon Xing, you can stay behind. Xing Zhantian's body trembled slightly, and he immediately turned his head to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded at him, then said to Mu'en, Uncle Master, elders, please come in. The remaining people were all elders of the various peaks, and all of them had the strength of a king. Ling Xiao led the dozen or so people into the main hall, and as the host, he asked the maidservants to serve tea. He then said leisurely, Everyone wants Ling Xiao to help you refine the King Gene pill? Ling Xiao didn't need to guess to know what these people were trying to do. Everyone nodded at the same time, indicating that Ling Xiao's guess was correct. Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd, then said indifferently, Everyone here is the pillar of the sect, and also Ling Xiao's uncle master. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should help everyone refine the King Gene pill. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, all of the elders were overjoyed. Who knew that Ling Xiao's next words would make them all depressed again? Elders, just as I said, refining a 4th grade pill requires a large amount of materials. How could Ling Xiao have so many? The King Gene pill that I refined for my master has almost used up all of my stock, so everyone should understand Ling Xiao's difficulties, Ling Xiao said tactfully. Chapter 267. When Ling Xiao said this, the hall became silent. Mu'en wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao's gaze. At this time, an elder of Golden Tong Peak looked at Ling Xiao and said, Elder Ling, you're right. A 4th grade medicinal pill is extremely precious, and the required spiritual herbs are all exceptionally rare. We also understand Elder Ling's difficulties. How about this, Elder Ling? You make a list of spiritual herbs, and we'll go gather the spiritual herbs ourselves. Then Grandmaster Ling will refine the pill for us. How about this? Ling Xiao did not expect his words to make these old fellows retreat, and now someone had indeed made a request. However, this was the result he wanted to see. Ling Xiao lightly nodded his head and said, This elder is right. If you have the spirit herbs needed for the King Gene Dan, I can help you refine it. As soon as he said this, the elders all became excited. The elder who spoke just now said, Then please, Elder Ling, write down the spirit herbs you need, so that we can go back and gather them. Ling Xiao revealed a difficult expression and said, Elders, please listen to me first. You should know that I have just advanced to the 4th grade alchemist realm. The requirements for refining the King Gene Dan are very high, and the energy consumption is huge. When refining the pill, The slightest mistake may cause all the spirit herbs to be wasted, so I hope everyone will think twice before acting. The elder of Jin Tong Peak asked. Elderling, you mean that even if we gather the materials, you are not 100% sure that you can refine the King Jin Dan in one go? That's right. I believe everyone knows that refining medicine is an extremely complicated and detailed process. If Ling Xiao were to ruin everyone's spirit herbs, it would be a sin. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. This time, everyone became silent once again. It was not easy to gather the ingredients for a King Jin Dan. If it was really as Ling Xiao said, what would they do if it was really broken? They were all thinking about it in their hearts. At this time, an elder of Scarlet Flame Peak asked. Then we should gather 2 sets of spirit herbs to refine the King Jin Dan in one go, right? Ling Xiao said in his heart. Finally, there is someone who is enlightened. He pretended to be in a difficult position and said, if this is the case, then the problem is not too big, but what? Elderling, just say it. The elder of Scarlet Flame Peak asked again. It's just that refining the King Advancement Pill consumes an enormous amount of time and energy. That will affect my cultivation speed. Moreover, you should know that I'm currently thinking of a way to surpass Senior Apprentice Sister Yin, so that she can become my wife. If I were to delay my life's greatest loss for the sake of refining a pill, then I, Ling Xiao, would be in a difficult position, said Ling Xiao in an extremely contradictory manner. At this moment, Muan finally knew what Ling Xiao was planning. He cursed in his heart. This little rascal won't wake up early if there's nothing to gain. The elders in front of him were all old and experienced, and when Ling Xiao said this, they all understood Ling Xiao's intentions. One of the elders generously said, Elder Ling, as long as you help me refine the King Jin Dan, your reward will definitely not be a problem. That's right, if Elder Ling has any requests, as long as we can do it, we will definitely do our best to help you. That's right, Elderling. Please refine the King Jin Dan for us. For a moment, all of the King stage experts who were over 100 years old were in front of Ling Xiao, trying their best to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao finally felt the glory of being an alchemist, and he also knew why alchemists were respected by so many people. Wasn't this the best explanation? Every martial artist pursued extreme power, and when they were unable to break through or were thinking of ways to reduce the time needed to break through, they would need to find a suitable high-grade pill. Thus, they had no choice but to curry favor with alchemists, and this was the true reason why alchemists were noble. Ling Xiao had tactfully said so much, and his goal had been achieved. Thus, he very straightforwardly listed out the spirit herbs needed for the different attributes of the King Jin Dan for these elders. Ling Xiao even wrote down the spirit herbs that were not required for the King Jin Dan. These spirit herbs were all things that he needed for himself, and it could be considered as a reward for them. At the same time, it would prevent the King Jin Dan's pill formula from being leaked out. It had to be known that the higher the grade of the pill, the harder it was to obtain it with 10,000 crystals. Ling Xiao couldn't let others take advantage of this opportunity. Alright, elders, whoever is the first to collect 2 sets of King Advancement pills, I will refine them for that person. As for the reward, I naturally won't make things difficult for everyone, so don't worry, said Ling Xiao straightforwardly. All of these people had gone crazy thinking about the King Jin Dan, so they naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao had obtained half of the spirit herbs from them. All of them acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and after repeatedly thanking Ling Xiao, they immediately left Ling Xiao's courtyard and went back to gather the spirit herbs. After watching everyone leave, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. In the main hall, only Muan, Zhongli, and Xing Zhantian remained. Muan jokingly scolded, You little rascal, you're too greedy. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Martial uncle, you should know how precious the King Jin Dan is. If I were to auction it off, I'm afraid I would be able to sell it for a sky-high price. For me to take one portion of the spirit herbs from them is already extremely cheap. Muan also knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth, so he no longer scolded him. The space ring in his hand flashed slightly, and a pile of spirit herbs appeared on the ground. Here are 2 portions of the spirit herbs for the King Jin Dan. Put them away first and quickly refine them for our wood flag peak, Mu'en said. Ling Xiao didn't even look at them and immediately put away all the spirit herbs. He then said to Mu'en, "Martial uncle, rest assured, I will refine them as soon as possible." Good, it's good that you understand. Right, Elder Zhang also wants you to refine a King Jin Dan for him. Out of respect for martial uncle, you can refine one for him, Mu'en said as he pointed to Zhongli. Please help me, Grandmaster Ling. Zhongli didn't dare to put on any airs and immediately cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned the courtesy and said, "Elder Zhang is too polite." It was all thanks to Elder Zhang's help in Flame Valley, but Elder Zhang still needs to prepare the spirit herbs himself. This is something that Ling Xiao is unable to do. Naturally, Zhongli was overjoyed and immediately agreed. After everything was settled, Mu'en and Zhongli immediately left. Only Ling Xiao and Xing Zhantian remained in the hall. Ling Xiao looked at Xing Zhantian and asked, "Chief Steward Xing, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ling Xiao had a very good impression of Xing Zhantian. Although Xing Zhantian hadn't helped him since he entered the sect, Ling Xiao greatly admired his upright and outspoken character. Xing Zhantian cupped his hands and smiled. "Elder Ling is truly a dragon among men. You have only been in the sect for less than 2 years, and your name has already spread far and wide. This Xing truly admires you." Chief Steward Xing is too kind. Ling Xiao just happened to be at the right time. Ling Xiao replied modestly. He then asked, "Chief Steward Xing needs Ling Xiao to refine the king entering pill?" Xing Zhantian nodded. "That's right. I have been half a step into the king level for many years now, but I have never been able to take the final step. I hope that Elder Ling can help me." "Don't worry, Chief Steward Xing. I will definitely help you. However, you will still need to gather the spirit herbs yourself." Ling Xiao immediately agreed. Xing Zhantian was overjoyed and immediately cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Many thanks for your help, Elder Ling." Following that, Ling Xiao gave Xing Zhantian a list of the spirit herbs needed to refine the king entering pill. Xing Zhantian took the list and thanked Ling Xiao again before hurriedly leaving. After sending everyone away, Ling Xiao made some adjustments and cleared out a room for his alchemy room. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and took out the spirit herbs that Mu'en had given him. Then he began to refine the king entering pill. Once again, Ling Xiao used the medicine refinement rain alchemy technique to refine the medicinal essence of all the spirit herbs at an extremely fast speed. Actually, Ling Xiao had not truly reached the realm of medicine refining rain. The only reason he could use this technique was because of the obsidian cauldron. As a heaven-ranked divine cauldron, the cauldron had long since been refined into a soul. It was familiar with human spiritual qi and could display all sorts of wondrous uses. Medicine refining rain required controlling the spirit herbs to float in the air and then using the fire to refine them, allowing them to reach the realm of refining at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao was only an intermediate spirit master, so it was impossible for him to control the spirit herbs to float in the air. In reality, it was all controlled by the soul of the obsidian cauldron. Ling Xiao only needed to control the fire from the side. Back then, when Ling Xiao found out about this wondrous use, he was pleasantly surprised. This time he spent an entire day refining the 2 king entering pills. He used up a lot of mental energy and spiritual power to complete the task. When Ling Xiao brought the pills back to Wooden Flag Peak, Mu'en was so moved that he almost cried. He had finally obtained a king entering pill, and the other king entering pill was given to another elder of Wooden Flag Peak. This elder was of the same realm as Mu'en, but he was already very old. If he didn't break through soon, he would soon reach the end of his lifespan. Now Ling Xiao's king entering pill could be said to have saved his life. At the same time, Wooden Flag Peak would have 3 more high-level king stage cultivators. The overall strength of the peak would greatly increase. Elder Ling, many thanks for refining the pills for this old master. This old master has a collection here. If Elder Ling takes a liking to them, please feel free to take them, the elder said very happily. At the same time, he released a lot of spirit herbs above tier 3 from his space ring. Ling Xiao said modestly and began to look at the spirit herbs released by the elder. Ling Xiao selected a dozen or so Tier 3 to Tier 4 spirit herbs and put them away. This could be considered a reward for refining the pills. The elder allowed Ling Xiao to choose as he pleased, not showing any sign of distress. Just when Ling Xiao thought it was enough, Lu Wang's urgent voice sounded in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Little friend, help me take that Cinshu-gen. Cinshu-gen? Puzzled, Ling Xiao followed Lu Wang's instructions and found an inconspicuous spirit herb. This spirit herb looked like a withered tree root and was quite inconspicuous. Ling Xiao really didn't know why Lu Wang had taken a fancy to it. However, he knew that Lu Wang wouldn't casually mention it, so he put away the inconspicuous spirit herb and did not take anything else. The elder put away the rest of his spirit grass and thanked Ling Xiao. Then, he hurriedly left and closed the door. Muan wasn't stingy and also took out a lot of spirit herbs for Ling Xiao to choose from. At the same time, he also gave some spirit herbs that he didn't normally use to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't refuse and naturally accepted them all. After Ling Xiao returned to his cultivation courtyard, he wanted to find some time to go to Spirit Gathering Peak and seclude himself for a while to break through to the high-rank Spirit Master realm. Chapter 268. In a bed, a young man was sitting cross-legged on a soft bed with his upper body bare. This young man was extremely handsome, with sharp edges that seemed to have been carved by a knife. His entire face exuded a resolute yet heroic spirit. It was the kind of face that would cause the hearts of young women and girls to palpitate upon seeing it. Looking at his sturdy body that seemed to be forged from gold, each of his muscles seemed to be filled with explosive energy, adding a bit of wildness to his appearance. The young man sat with his eyes closed, not emitting any aura. He was currently conversing with an old man whose entire body was covered in green in his spiritual sea. Beside the two of them were two beads, one gray and one blue, appearing extremely strange. Old Lu, what use does this Cinshu-gen have? Ling Xiao asked Lu Wang. Lu Wang stroked his beard and said, It can help me recover my vitality, but it doesn't have much use for you human cultivators. It has the same effect as the green needle root? Ling Xiao asked. Back in Meteor City, during the Luo clan's auction, Ling Xiao had bought a spirit grass called the green needle root for Lu Wang. At that time, Lu Wang had used a drop of 10,000-year tree sap to exchange for it. It's not the same, it's not the same. Lu Wang hastily shook his head. He naturally knew what Ling Xiao was planning, but he obviously couldn't admit it. Otherwise, he would be squeezed dry again without even knowing what was going on. Ling Xiao laughed mischievously and said, It's not the same. Then forget it, I'll keep it for now. Little friend, you can't be like this. The Cinshu-gen has to be given to this old man. Lu Wang immediately said. Ling Xiao revealed a proud smile. Just by looking at Lu Wang's appearance, he could tell that Lu Wang cared a lot about the Cinshu-gen. Ai, this old man has been tricked by you again. Lu Wang couldn't help but sigh and shake his head when he saw Ling Xiao's proud expression. Seeing Lu Wang's distressed expression, Ling Xiao withdrew his smile and said, Elder Lu, what kind of person do you think I am? If I say I'll give it to you, then I'll give it to you. I just want to know what use it has. Can you tell me? Seeing Ling Xiao's sincerity, Lu Wang no longer hid anything and said, The Cinshu-gen is indeed of some use to this old man. It can replenish this old man's lost vitality and has the same effect as the green needle root. Ling Xiao asked again, What kind of spirit herb do you need to speed up the recovery of your vitality? Perhaps you can tell me and I can help you find it. Wouldn't that be better? Lu Wang shook his head and said, To be honest, as long as I can sense something suitable, I'll tell you. These are all extremely rare spirit roots, and they all contain wood attribute origin. They are different from most spirit grasses, and only someone like me can absorb their origin. What is the original spiritual power? Elder Lu, can you explain it more clearly? Ling Xiao asked curiously. He had heard Lu Wang talk about it several times before, but he didn't know what the original spiritual power was. All right, since you've asked, I'll tell you. In any case, this is also beneficial to you. Lu Wang hesitated for a moment before continuing. The so-called original spiritual power is the purest form of energy. The 5 elements, light, darkness, wind, thunder, and all other attributes all have their own original spiritual power. It has existed since the beginning of the world, when yin and yang were separated. But through the passage of time, countless humans, spirit beasts, and spirit creatures have absorbed and destroyed it, causing the energy to become turbid. The original spiritual power has gradually become extremely sparse, but there are still many places that contain the original spiritual power. It's just that those places are extremely rare and dangerous. For example, the 2 strange pearls you have here are both natural treasures formed from the accumulation of the original spiritual power over tens of thousands of years. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao faintly grasped something after hearing Lu Wang's words. The original spiritual power seemed to be the goal of all martial artists. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that Lu Wang's words had opened a new path to the peak of martial arts for him. Ling Xiao no longer had any ideas about Lu Wang's 10,000-year tree milk and 10,000-year tree root, so he let Lu Wang absorb the Zinshuin. In truth, he knew that Lu Wang's words weren't completely true. Human martial artists could also absorb the original spiritual power of the Zinshujian, and it could greatly increase the purity of a martial artist's wood attribute. However, Ling Xiao knew that Lu Wang was extremely eager to absorb the Zinshujian, so he didn't say anything else. In any case, Lu Wang had helped him quite a bit, so he couldn't disappoint this old man. At the same time, he also felt that Lu Wang was most likely a natural spiritual tree. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so mysterious and understand so many things. Just as Ling Xiao was about to withdraw from his consciousness, Lu Wang said, "Little friend, wait a moment. Does Elder Lu have any other instructions?" Ling Xiao asked. "In the future, when you have time, come in more often and chat with them. This will be very beneficial to your growth." Lu Wang pointed to the 2 beads to the side. Ling Xiao glanced at the Xiantian Yin Wind bead and Blue Demon Flame bead, and an idea suddenly popped into his head. If he were to combine their Xiantian Yin Wind bead and Blue Demon Flame bead, what kind of effect would there be? However, this was just a thought for now. If the 2 beads started fighting again, he wouldn't even know how to write the word death. Ling Xiao nodded before withdrawing from his consciousness. Previously, Ling Xiao had already made up his mind to increase his cultivation speed. But during the conferring ceremony, Yin Mingqi had once again stated that she would only agree to be with him if he surpassed her. Thus, Ling Xiao decided to head to Spirit Gathering Peak. Although he had promised the elders of the various peaks that he would help them refine the stage advancement pill, they wouldn't be able to gather the 2 sets of spirit herbs in a short period of time. At the same time, he also wanted to suppress their emotions. If they all came to him to refine pills, where would he have the time to cultivate? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that he had to make good use of his status as an alchemist. In the future, when he wanted to roam the continent, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. It would be bad if he didn't have a decent helper by his side. As Ling Xiao walked out of his courtyard, he saw a person walking back and forth outside. "Senior Shi, why are you here?" Ling Xiao called out to that person. This person was the Black Cliff Peak's Shi Tianhou. During the trip to Blaze Valley, Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou had become good friends. When Shi Tianhou saw Ling Xiao suddenly walk out, he immediately bowed respectfully towards Ling Xiao and said, "Greetings, Elder Ling." Ling Xiao laughed involuntarily and said, "Senior brother, don't make fun of me. Just call me Ling Xiao. The word elder makes me old." No, how can I do that?" Shi Tianhou repeatedly waved his hand. "If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Could it be that senior brother is looking down on me?" Ling Xiao said seriously. Although Ling Xiao's status had risen, he would never put on any airs in front of his friends. This was one of his strong points. Shi Tianhou scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Then senior brother is too arrogant." "What are you talking about?" "Oh right, senior brother, are you here to find me?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, I want to ask if you want to go to Spirit Gathering Peak to cultivate together," Shi Tianhou said. "That's what I was thinking," Ling Xiao replied. He was just about to go to Spirit Gathering Peak, but Shi Tianyan came looking for him. Just as the two were about to leave together, a sweet voice came over. "Elder Ling, senior brother Shi, can I wait for you?" A beautiful figure walked towards Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhe with a graceful duo fa. Ling Xiao looked back and saw that it was Yu Laiyan. She was dressed in gorgeous silk, which vividly outlined her devilish material. That charming and pretty face had a hint of a smile, like a blooming rose, and that pair of soul-stealing almond-shaped eyes made any man unable to help but be captivated by it. Like a light breeze, she directly came in front of Ling Xiao and made a coquettish gesture, saying in a coquettish voice, "This little girl, Yu Laiyan, greets Elder Ling." Goosebumps appeared all over Ling Xiao's body, and he thought to himself, "This girl, Yu Laiyan, greets Elder Ling. Senior apprentice sister, you're too polite. Just call me Ling Xiao or junior apprentice brother," said Ling Xiao. Yu Laiyan stood up straight and smiled. "That's good, I don't want to call you old. Let's go to Spirit Gathering Peak together." Yu Laiyan stood up straight and smiled. "That's good, I don't want to sound old. Let's go to Spirit Gathering Peak together." After saying that, Yu Laiyan really didn't stand on ceremony and took Ling Xiao's arm. Whoosh! Ling Xiao felt a surge of lust being rubbed against that plump, soft flesh, and he had to quickly circulate his ice force to keep himself calm. Otherwise, he really wanted to drag this girl into his room and eat her up. Ling Xiao turned to Yu Laiyan and said, "Senior sister, don't be like this. If other brothers see this, they'll misunderstand." Yu Laiyan raised her head slightly and met Ling Xiao's gaze. "What misunderstanding? I just like you, junior brother. Can't you do that?" Ling Xiao didn't expect Yu Laiyan to be so straightforward, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Yu Laiyan pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, I know you like senior sister Yin, but I don't mind being the second." Shi Tianhe, who was walking to the side, almost stumbled when he heard this. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao's charm to be so great, but when he thought about Ling Xiao's current achievements, he didn't think it was that surprising. After all, Ling Xiao was a fourth-grade alchemist, and no matter where he went, he would be treated as a distinguished guest. With such an illustrious identity, there were naturally more women who liked him. Ling Xiao didn't mind Yu Laiyan's words, and instead thought to himself, "My charm really isn't just for show." An hour later, the three of them arrived at the foot of the Spirit Gathering Peak. This mountain peak wasn't as tall as the 9 main peaks of the sect, but the spiritual energy around it was denser than anywhere else. It was as if taking in a breath of the spiritual energy would make one feel much more comfortable. Looking up, there was a tall tower at the top of the peak. This pagoda had a total of 18 levels, and it towered into the sky and pierced straight into the sky, causing it to seem lofty and magnificent. Its surroundings were coiled with glistening and sticky spirit energy, and it emitted a faint multicolored glow. When looked at from afar, it was like a 7-colored spirit pagoda that was filled with a misty and mysterious feeling. "This is the Spirit Gathering Tower." Shi Tianhe looked up at the tower with yearning in his eyes. "Senior brother, you've never been here before?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "I've been here many times, but I've never gone up." Shi Tianhe answered a little embarrassedly. Let's go up together." Ling Xiao didn't ask anymore, and strode up the Spirit Gathering Peak. Chapter 269. The Spirit Gathering Peak was only open to the true disciples of the sect. The ancestors of the Purple Sky sect had set up a spirit gathering formation here, so that the spiritual energy gathered on the peak was several times denser than in other places. It was a training ground prepared for each generation of the sect's outstanding talents. The Spirit Gathering Tower was the foundation of the Spirit Gathering Peak, where all the spiritual energy gathered was the densest. At the same time, it was also the eye of the Spirit Gathering Formation. The three of them arrived in front of the Spirit Gathering Tower, feeling refreshed. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the flow of spiritual energy, and the xianqi in his body began to circulate. The three treasures in his high surged at the same time, and spiritual energy rushed towards him like swallows returning to their nest. For a moment, Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhe looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Then 2 figures flew out of the Spirit Gathering Tower, and one of them shouted, "Who are you?" Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhe bowed to the newcomers, We are true disciples of the Scarlet Flame Peak, Black Crag Peak, and we came to the Spirit Gathering Peak to train. The two took out their tokens at the same time and handed them to the newcomers. Both of them were old men with white hair, and no one could feel the spiritual energy fluctuations from them. They gave people the feeling that they were no different from ordinary old men. However, their eyes were shining with an imperceptible light, and no one dared to underestimate them. The two old men only glanced at Yu Lian and Shi Tianho's tokens, and then looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao had his eyes closed, and he was surrounded by dense spiritual energy. It seemed that the spiritual energy was gradually covering his body. His hands were gently waving without any pattern, and the spiritual energy also flowed in the direction he waved, as if he was constantly stirring it. Seeing this, the two old men's eyes lit up. Yu Lian stepped forward and said to the two old men, "Elders, he is..." She was just about to explain Ling Xiao's identity to the two old men, but was interrupted by one of them. "Don't argue." Yu Lian hesitated for a moment, and then obediently shut her mouth and retreated to Shi Tianho's side. For a moment, a strange scene took place. The two elderly men stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, who was enshrouded in spiritual qi, and expressions of incredulity appeared on their faces. Yu Lian and Shi Tianho stood rooted to the spot, not daring to make a sound. After an indeterminate period of time, the spiritual qi around Ling Xiao grew denser and denser, until he was completely obscured by the spiritual qi, and all of the spiritual qi around the Spirit Gathering Pagoda surged toward him. What happened? Why has the spirit energy decreased so much? A cry of surprise rang out from within the Spirit Gathering Tower. Following that, a series of exclamations rang out. Could it be that the spiritual qi has been sucked dry? That's impossible. Let's go out and see what's going on. Several dozen figures flew out of the Spirit Gathering Pagoda. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the scene in front of the tower. What's going on? Why is all the spiritual energy here? What the hell? Could it be that there's a problem with the spirit convergence formation? Look, the two second elders are over there. They should know what's going on. All of you, get back into the pagoda. An elderly man glared at the screaming true disciples and shouted. The dozens of true disciples were stunned, but they didn't hesitate and rushed back into the pagoda again. At that moment, Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes in confusion. What's going on? Just as he came back to his senses, most of the spiritual qi around him dispersed, and only a small portion continued to pour into his body. Junior brother, are you alright? Yu Lian and Shi Tianho asked at the same time. Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm fine. He was indeed fine, but he felt that his spiritual qi seemed to have increased by a lot, and the 3 parts returning qi was still being absorbed. At this rate, he would be able to break through to the next stage very soon. Kid, how did you feel just now? 2 elders walked over to Ling Xiao, and one of them asked Ling Xiao in a friendly manner. Ling Xiao looked over, and found that he couldn't see through the 2 elders' realms. He knew that they were elders from the previous generation, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, Ling Xiao of Wooden Flag Peak greets the 2 elders. There's no need to be so polite. Tell me, how did you feel just now? The elder who had spoken earlier urged again. Ling Xiao was a bit confused, but he still answered honestly. I felt that my spiritual qi increased by a lot. The old man asked again. Other than this, don't you feel anything else? Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, I felt a fluctuation of spiritual qi. Ha, so it's like that. So it's like that. You really are a good kid. The elder suddenly laughed. The other elder also stroked his white beard and looked at Ling Xiao with a kind face. His eyes were full of light. Senior brother Xiao is really lucky to have such a grand disciple. I'm a bit jealous. The elder who spoke said to his companion. The other elder smiled and said, Yes, that's right. Ling Xiao asked the 2 elders in confusion. Elders, what are you talking about? Although the 2 of them were praising him, he couldn't figure out what was going on. The 2 elders were stunned for a moment, and the elder who had spoken first said, Kid, who is your master? Didn't he tell you what it means to feel a fluctuation of spiritual qi? After the elder's reminder, Yu Lian and Shi Tianho both looked at Ling Xiao enviously, as if they already knew what was going on. Only Ling Xiao shook his head in confusion. He hadn't spent much time cultivating at Wooden Flag Peak before, and he had spent most of his time cultivating by himself. He didn't need much guidance from Mu Huai, so he didn't know what was going on. I really don't know how you cultivate, you silly brat. You don't even know what's going on when you sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy, the old man grumbled, then continued. Sensing the existence of spiritual energy proves that you already have the qualifications to step into the King's Step. I'm qualified to step into the King's Step? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. That's right. To suddenly go from the Spirit Master level to the King's Step, you must be able to feel the existence of spiritual qi, and be able to control it as you wish. This is a necessary condition for entering the King's Step. Normally, to feel the fluctuation of spiritual qi, one must reach the peak of the high Spirit Master level before slowly comprehending and feeling the fluctuation of spiritual qi. In the end, one must learn to control it and step into the King's Step. This step seems very simple, but who knows how many people are stuck at this step and have no chance of entering the King's Step. Kid, you are only a middle Spirit Master, yet you can feel the fluctuation of spiritual qi. This means that after you break through to the high Spirit Master level, you should be able to break through to the King's Step very quickly. So silly boy, you really have some dogshit luck, the elder explained. So that's how it is. Thank you, elder, for your guidance. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he heard this. He hadn't thought that he would be able to enter the King's Step in advance. He had originally thought that reaching the King's Step would require a long period of accumulation. After all, back in Meteor City, his family's grand elder had spent dozens of years to break through from the high Spirit Master level to the King's Step. In the entire Meteor City, he was the only King's Step expert. So he had always thought that entering the King's Step would be extremely difficult. In actuality, Ling Xiao's thoughts weren't wrong. Entering the King's Step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for most people, but to someone like him who had 3 natural unique treasures, it was nothing to be afraid of. Right now his wood, fire, and wind attributes were all 100% pure. He already possessed the most monstrous tenbin when it came to cultivation. Furthermore, the 3 natural unique treasures could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, allowing him to sense spiritual qi earlier than others. This was a matter of course. If he didn't have the 3 natural treasures in his sea of consciousness, he wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of spiritual qi so early. Alright, don't just stand there. Are you all going to the Spirit Gathering Tower to cultivate? The elder asked with a light wave of his hand. Ling Xiao and the others nodded in unison. Then let's go in. This Spirit Gathering Tower has a total of 18 floors, and the density of spiritual qi on each floor is different. I suggest that you two cultivate on the first 5 floors. You silly brat, you should be able to cultivate on the first 10 floors. The elder pointed at Yu Lian and Shi Tianho. He then paused for a moment before continuing. It's up to you how many floors you can cultivate on, but don't force yourself. The 3 of them didn't understand what the elder meant. Yu Lian's beautiful eyes shifted as she asked, "Are there restrictions on every floor?" The 2 elders smiled at the same time. One of them replied, "There won't be any restrictions, but there will definitely be some trouble. Alright, you'll know once you go in." With that, the 2 elders disappeared before the 3 of them. Ling Xiao said, "Let's go in and have a look. There shouldn't be any danger." Yu Lian and Shi Tianho nodded and followed Ling Xiao into the Spirit Gathering Tower. After the 3 of them walked in, they found that the cultivation rooms on the first floor were all empty. The 3 of them knew that the other true disciples should be on the higher floors. After all, the 2 elders had said that the higher the floor, the denser the spiritual qi would be. Everyone wanted to cultivate in the places with the densest spiritual qi. The 3 of them didn't stop and went straight to the second floor. The cultivation rooms on the second floor were also empty. It wasn't until they reached the 3rd floor that they found a few closed doors. There were probably people cultivating inside. At the same time, there were a few empty cultivation rooms beside them. The spiritual qi here is much denser than on the 1st and 2nd floors. Do you want to cultivate here? Ling Xiao asked the two beside him. Yu Lian was the first to answer. The elder said that the higher we go, the denser the spiritual qi will be. Let's go up. I think so too, Shi Tianhou agreed. Then, the three of them went up to the fourth floor. After reaching the fourth floor, there were clearly fewer cultivation rooms than on the first to third floors. The higher one went, the smaller the space would be, and the fewer cultivation rooms there would be. When the three of them reached the fourth floor, they found that all the cultivation rooms were closed. Not a single one was empty. Let's go take a look at the fifth floor, Ling Xiao suggested. The three of them went up to the fifth floor. Unexpectedly, the cultivation rooms on the fifth floor were also closed. This made the three of them very depressed, so they went up again. Who knew that at this moment someone would block their way? Chapter 270. The one who stopped Ling Xiao's group was a middle-aged man. His strength had already reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm, or perhaps even surpassed the Spirit Master realm, and was half a step into the King realm. The middle-aged man indifferently said to Yu Lian and Shi Tianhou, "You two can only cultivate on the first 5 floors." He then pointed at Ling Xiao. "You can go up there." "Why can he go up, but we can't?" Yu Lian asked in confusion. "It's because of the difference in strength," the middle-aged man replied indifferently. The three of them immediately understood what he meant. Low-rank spirit masters could only cultivate on the lower 5 floors, while the upper floors were for mid and high-rank spirit masters. "All right, you guys can stay down there. I'll go up first," Ling Xiao said and was about to walk up the stairs. "Junior brother, you're going up just like that? What about us?" Yu Lian pulled Ling Xiao's hand and asked, "Can't you guys just cultivate down here? Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao asked again. "But the 4th and 5th floors are already full, and the spiritual energy on the 1st to 3rd floors isn't as good as the ones above," Yu Lian said again. "Oh." Ling Xiao nodded, then turned to the middle-aged man and asked, "Deacon, are there any other cultivation rooms here?" The middle-aged man's eyes twitched slightly, and he said faintly, "There are cultivation rooms everywhere." "But aren't they all full?" Yu Lian interjected. "Yes, but the 1st and 2nd floors should still be empty," the Chinese man said indifferently. He paused for a moment before continuing, "If you want to cultivate in the higher floors, you'll have to rely on your own abilities." With that, the middle-aged man returned to his post and went to sleep. "What's that supposed to mean?" Shi Tianhou asked in a daze. Ling Xiao didn't answer him. Instead, he said to Yu Lian, "Senior sister, I'm sure you know what to do. Do as you see fit, I can't help you with this." With that, Ling Xiao walked up to the 6th floor without looking back. Shi Tianhou asked Yu Lian in confusion, "Junior sister, what's going on?" Yu Lian rolled her eyes at Shi Tianhou and said, "If we want to cultivate here, we'll have to defeat one of the people in the cultivation room. That way, we can occupy this cultivation room. Otherwise, we can only cultivate on the 3rd floor." Shi Tianhou understood Yu Lian's explanation, and he said dejectedly, "Then let's go to the 3rd floor to cultivate. The spiritual energy there isn't weak either." In the spirit gathering tower, the spirit qi would be much denser with each floor. Everyone wanted to cultivate on the higher floors, but the sect clearly stipulated that low-rank spirit masters could only cultivate on the first 5 floors. Middle-rank spirit masters could cultivate from the 5th to the 10th floor. Any higher was where high-rank spirit masters cultivated. As a true disciple of the sect, every Tenbin was a cut above the rest, and was the future pillar of the sect. Moreover, they who had a halo over their heads for a long time, naturally had their eyes on the top of their heads, and the things they wanted to possess would definitely be the best. Just like in the spirit gathering tower, they were all the cream of the crop of their respective peaks, so of course they wanted the best place to cultivate. Thus, the spirit gathering tower had set a rule that whoever managed to snatch a cultivation room could cultivate. Otherwise, they could cultivate on the 1st to 3rd floors, where there would always be an empty cultivation room. Of course, they could repair the cultivation room, but they couldn't kill anyone, or they would be severely punished by the sect. Shi Tianhe was an honest person, so of course he didn't want to fight with others. However, Yu Lian didn't think so. She rolled her eyes at Shi Tianhe and directly walked towards one of the cultivation rooms. Yu Lian lightly knocked on the 1,000-year wooden door of the cultivation room. Then an angry roar came from inside. "If you don't want to die, then piss off." The person's voice was so loud that it shook the entire floor. At the same time, a few true disciples walked out of the cultivation rooms on the 5th floor. I didn't think someone would dare to challenge Huang Feng, and a delicate beauty at that. I wonder which peak she's from. She should be a new true disciple. How courageous. Huang Feng isn't weak at all. Maybe the newcomers don't know the rules, so they'll obediently leave after suffering a bit. Junior, sure, you can go down. The one in the cultivation room is your senior brother Huang Feng. A Black Rock Peak true disciple recognized Shi Tianhe and walked over to remind him. What? Senior brother Huang is in there? Shi Tianhe was surprised. He then turned to Yu Lian and said nervously, "Junior sister, let's go down. My senior brother is in there." From Shi Tianhe's expression, it seemed that he was a little afraid of this senior brother Huang. Unfortunately, it was too late for Shi Tianhe to say this. The door to the cultivation room had already opened. A burly man walked out with large strides. This man was around 28 years old, and he was extremely tall and muscular. His arms were covered with snake-like veins, making him look extremely sinister and frightening. He looked down at Yu Lian and said loudly, "Are you the one who wants to challenge me?" Before Yu Lian could speak, Shi Tianhe rushed to speak first. "Senior brother Huang, junior sister just came to the wrong place." Shi Tianhe was honest by nature and wasn't good at lying. Anyone who heard it would know that it was a lie. Huang Feng glanced at Shi Tianhe and then back at Yu Lian. He said faintly, "I won't bicker with you for my junior brother's sake. Hurry up and get out of my way." "Oh, senior brother, you're so fierce." Yu Lian's expression changed. Her charming face was like a flower in June, and her smile was so gorgeous and beautiful. Moreover, her slanted eyes were faintly suffused with a trace of bright light. Huang Feng was about to get angry, but who knew that when he met Yu Lian's eyes, his expression would become sluggish and he would laugh foolishly. "Senior brother is wrong. Junior sister, you can punish me however you want." Huang Feng's expression became lecherous, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. Damn, isn't Madman supposed to stay away from women? Why is he acting coquettishly when he sees a junior sister? That's right, but this junior sister is really not bad. It would be great if I could dual cultivate with her. Forget it, lower your voice. I think she's a junior sister from Scarlet Flame Peak, and she has a fiery temper. Looks like Madman is going to be out of luck. A few true disciples whispered to the side. Only Shi Tianhe stared blankly at Yu Lian and Huang Feng, thinking to himself, junior sister likes junior brother Ling, wouldn't it be troublesome if senior brother Huang took a liking to her? Just as Shi Tianhe was about to step forward and persuade her, he saw Yu Lian's hand already pressed against his senior brother's chest. Could it be that junior sister has fallen in love with senior brother Huang again? Shi Tianhe thought to himself. However, the next moment his senior brother was pushed lightly by Yu Lian, and he fell to the ground. "Aya, senior brother, you're giving up your cultivation room to me? That's great!" Yu Lian exclaimed. He didn't even look at Huang Feng, who was lying on the ground, and then flashed into Huang Feng's original cultivation room. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Senior brother, why did you fall asleep?" Shi Tianhe squatted down and checked Huang Feng's nostrils. Seeing that his breathing was normal, he called out twice, but Huang Feng didn't wake up. The middle-aged man who was clinging to him said impatiently, "Take him downstairs. Don't disturb everyone's cultivation. He's already been defeated by that girl." Shi Tianhe thought to himself, junior sister is really strange. He then picked up Huang Feng and hurried downstairs. Only the crowd looked at the cultivation room that Yu Lian had entered with some fear in their eyes. They still didn't understand how Huang Feng had fallen. If she had tried to kill him, Huang Feng would probably be dead already. They all thought to themselves, This woman is really scary. Ling Xiao didn't know what happened downstairs because every floor was isolated by a formation, so he didn't know what was going on downstairs. Ling Xiao didn't stop and went straight to the 10th floor, which was the highest floor a mid-level spirit master could stay in. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was many times denser than below,